Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. I'm happy to inform you that His Excellency the President has assented to the National Sports Amendment Bill 2024. We thank him for fulfilling his mandate, and I request the Minister for Education and Sports to right away commence on the implementation of the law. Matters of national importance. Honorable Betty Esther Naruima. Procedure, Honorable Tebandeke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the stakeholders dealing in Fishmore as a Traders Association brought here a petition last year in February, and their issues were pertinent regarding the rights of their business. Brutal torturing, exorbitant taxation, and any other in that line. However, ever since it is now a year, the petition has never been, the report has never been presented here on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, according to our rules, the petition is supposed to last with the committee 45 days. And I've never seen the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture coming here to ask for permission for more additional days. And if it was done, can it again take another full year when the stakeholders are being tortured in such a manner? Are we proceeding right? I beg for your indulgence that you guide, if it is procedurally right, you guide the chairperson for Committee of Agriculture to come here and tell us why is he failing, why is she failing to come and present that petition to rescue the traders dealing in Fishmore.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I gave guidance much earlier that procedure is for the business of the day. Procedure only applies to the order paper. Anything outside the order paper. I know you want your people to see you sometimes, and which is paramount, and that's what brought. That's why we are here. Our people need to see us speaking for them. But I guided that for matters which you feel should be on the order paper, please, I'm in office, come approach me, say, Right Honorable, there is this matter that is pending, you have not worked on it. I'm able to call the chair, I'm able to verify with the clerk whether we have already received the report and not given it space on the order paper, and we sort it out. Okay? It's much quicker that way. I will follow up the matter. A clerk, you will verify, and then you update me. And yes, Honorable Sarah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate that the President has assented to the National Sports Bill, which is now an act, the amendment. But also remember when we passed this bill in this house, the president assented to it, I think it was August 2023. But we usually have a challenge that the regulations are never fast-tracked. And it's very difficult. You have just mentioned and asked the ministry to go ahead and implement this law. There is no way a law can be implemented. There are certain sections that actually need an act, regulations in place. So may I know, Right Honorable Speaker, whether we have those regulations? Of course, regulations are not for this house to actually work on, but once these regulations are made, it is courteous for the ministry or any other, institution where a bill has been assented to by the president to bring the regulations to this house. I have not had any regulations brought to this house in respect to the bill that has just been assented to. So I just wanted to find out.
Yeah, thank you. I needed first to verify whether it needed regulations. I need to first verify, okay? Yes, I need first to verify.
Yeah.
No, please. A speaker verifies through my crack and also looking at the row. I don't want to disturb honorable colleagues. You might invoice me for that advice. But that's a very, very valid point. I'm going to arrange a meeting with the Attorney General to look at all the laws. For example, we are talking about the fisheries law, which was passed a long time ago. Up now, we've never received regulations. Therefore, they can't move forward. So I'm going to talk to the Attorney General, and we see to it that all laws that require regulations, the regulations are brought up in time. Because it doesn't help government come here, you sponsor a law, and then you fail to bring regulations, and the law slips there just without being implemented. As if when you were preparing the law, you never knew that these are the regulations that will apply, especially on government bills for sure. We should have that ready. I thank you, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Narima.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, standing in for several parents of Wakiso and Kampala and several other districts that are affected by the marking and grading of the Uganda National Examinations Board. Right Honorable Speaker, we are all aware that UNEB is mandated to manage the examination process and ensure that at the end of each academic year, we have credible results in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, several stakeholders are affected in the education sector in a way that we are seeing several lapses in the grading process of UNEB and the way it's handling several of how it's getting on these results on board. And this is evidenced in the PLE that was released that affected several schools in Wakiso and Kampala. Right Honorable Speaker, much as we've seen that scouting is going on, that is very fine. The conduct of examination is real, and spying network that is very okay. But the discontentment of the results upon several of our pupils, we feel a lot is happening. So my prayer, we pray that a thorough investigation is instituted in UNEB's mandate, in UNEB's mode of marking and grading. I need that information from the Shadow Minister Education.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving me. Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable Member is saying is very pertinent. I am a primary teacher, and it's very, very disturbing to find a school that has been performing for the last 10 years, giving good grades, and this time it comes out as the worst school. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, members give me attention, I will give information. Some of these schools have children who have their parents. They picked them from Kampala, took them in rural schools. These very children of P6, in the P6, they got first grades, first class, first grades, 4s. Then those in the P7, in the same school, have been doing, they did mock, they did midterm, they were getting aggregate 5, now they have 17 at PLE. The most challenging issue with UNEB, and it's the practice everywhere, when the parents complain, the child is saying, I don't agree with these marks. The parent is saying, I don't agree with the marks of my child. The teacher who taught the child is saying, I don't agree with the marks of my child. And the school is saying, we don't agree. But UNEB, show us the scripts of our children. We are ready to pay. Because that's the principle. Even in universities, it's the principle. Once there is a complaint about the marks, the school pays a cost to UNEB to find out the performance. But UNEB is rejecting this. And Mr. Speaker, let us agree on this. In Kampala, most of the UPE schools in Kampala employ teachers on a private basis because they don't have enough teachers. Then you have schools like Kampala Parents, Green Hill, Hillside, where you are sure that a school has more staff than the number of children, teaching children. So there is something happening in UNEB which we must exhaust. Let us not talk about our rural schools or what, but we need to find out the challenges. It's absolutely not proper to mislead anybody here. Pardon, Mr. Speaker, as I conclude.
No, this is not your time, and all of you, your time is done.
Let me finish.
No.
Something small.
No,
So
but
my
wait, Honorable, wait. You donated your time.
Psalms, my prayer. Only a prayer. One sentence.
You see, honorable colleagues, let me tell you this. When you give information, the time allotted to you remains the same. The honorable colleague you've given information, an opportunity for information, does not get a new slot. It's within the same time. So it's very, very important for you to know when you're giving someone for information, it shouldn't exceed a minute because they are going to take up your time. So just conclude your prayer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my prayer is a thorough investigation should be instituted in UNEB's mode of marking and grading of candidates for schools in Kampala and Wakiso and the neighboring districts and entirely the country, such that at least parents who dedicate a lot and teachers who dedicate a lot really get satisfaction of what UNEB is doing. I thank you.
Thank you. That's for the ministry for noting. It will be at the discretion of the ministry. Okay? You've heard the concerns. Honorable Emma, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, it's not my nature to insist in this House. And when I do so, there is something I need to bring in. I am a member of the Committee of Education and Sports. And I had the privilege of personally being there when the results of P7 was being released. Mr. Speaker, we know over the years how UNEB has improved over the years. I have been a member of the committee from the 10th Parliament up to now. And we have seen the improvement in UNEB up to now. And we know, for instance, this time, UNEB also had issues because the monies they needed to support the marking system was not given to them, and there were problems. But that was mainly for secondary. Now, UNEB also has a complaint management mechanism, which the parents and the schools and whatever can look at. In the release of the results, UNEB was very clear that this time, in terms of first grades, in terms of the 4s and the 5s, it has reduced. because they have tweaked their grading system a bit. The first grades have reduced. But in terms of overall performance, it has improved. Because when you look at the second grades, they have gone a little higher than it was before. And for me, I want to end with this. That, you know, certain areas think it is their right to be doing certain things, to be the ones performing. It's not a right. So I think if there is anything to be done, let's first allow the parents to go through the complaint mechanisms within UNEP. It shouldn't be an issue for us. That is my submission. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, I think your submission, especially the conclusion, is in line with my guidance. That this is for noting by government. If they find any issues, indeed, like the members have said, they will investigate and all that. But I wouldn't want Parliament to be involved in issues of marking, grading, and all that, okay? But government kind of take note and listen to the issues raised by the colleague, okay? Whenever colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have people and teachers from Cheboy Child Development Center, located in Kongasisi County in Buko District. They are represented by Honorable Cherimo Paul Ruben and Honorable Chemtai Ivren. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Once again, join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honorable Dr. Joseph Ryonga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I raise on matter of national importance regarding the the freezing of the funding from the USAID, which you commented about yesterday. And of course, this is affecting mainly the health sector. There's been funding programs like HIV, TB, malaria, and most of our programs, more than 50% is funded by the USAID. So my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Health to see how we can be able to allocate more funds for the coming 3 months, because the USAID the US government is reviewing, evaluating, and see if to continue or to stop completely. That was my submission yesterday. Yesterday we met and we talked that somebody was handling that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Minister for Finance, this funding gap, you know, I saw yesterday on the news, it was all over. Yesterday in the House, it came up. And are you taking some mitigation steps to plug the holes? There is a huge scare within the public.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is indeed a matter of grave concern to all of us, and the Ministry, working closely with the Ministry of Health, will be considering this matter and make appropriate recommendations to Cabinet, and if possible, ultimately to Parliament.
Thank you. Honorable Tamaguzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, last week, one of the members of Nakaseke misinformed this House that we have an ambulance in Semuto. Unfortunately, yesterday, Right Honorable Speaker, some of my people of Semuto got an accident in a place called Bukomero, and it was only Honorable Kefa who helped us because Semuto doesn't have an ambulance. But my major concern, Right Honorable Speaker, as a House, we appropriate money for national medical stores. But in all government hospitals, Right Honorable Speaker, patients who go there, they claim that there are no medicines. We want to know, as members of parliament, who steals medicines from all government hospitals. That's my prayer, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Honourable colleagues, I'm seeing allegations against each other. The other day, Honourable Tamaguzi said they don't have an ambulance. Honourable Sarah Najuma up and said they got an ambulance 2 years ago. That Tamaguzi missed the handover ceremony. So, and now Honourable Tamaguzi has said his people got an accident. But the justification for an ambulance not being there is a bit weak. To say when they got an ambulance, when they got an accident, they were helped by Honourable Kefa's ambulance. What if the other one was helping other patients? So I think for the record to be straight, okay, we have a mechanism. The speaker is protected. He has a mechanism. Let me ask the clerk to verify for me with the Ministry of Health and Nakaseke district.
This was a pledge by President Museveni, giving an ambulance to Semuto Health Center 4.
Okay.
I am a representative of Semuto, Right Honourable.
Semuto Health Center 4. Clerk, no, please. Clerk, let the clerk. No. I get credible information from my clerk. We have officers who can verify and give me information here. And once it's not right, we hold them accountable administratively. Okay? No, but Honourable Senyon is saying, and the state in which the ambulance is, but it's not there according to Rutamaguzi. So we, you get it? Yeah. So, no, he said it was never delivered. The president's pledge was never fulfilled. So let the clerk verify for me before we end this session. We shall have verified, okay, with the Ministry of Health, but also with the Semuto Health Center 4. Then the one for drugs, Minister for Health is not here. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, we need to investigate this. So the Minister of Health is going to come here after the investigation and inform us if it is really true that the medicine has been stolen by various people whom we don't know right now. Thank you. The Minister of Health will be coming here next week because this week she is away with the President in his tour. So next week the Minister will be here.
Thank you. Honourable Azza. Where is the minister you're talking about? Show, you're saying she's around. Show me. Honourable Azza.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And I rise on a matter of national importance. Mr. Speaker, business owners in Arua, Koboko, Yumbe, and Moyo have expressed their frustration over continuous robbery of their goods at a place called Enzeva in Arua district along Kampala-Nebi road. Usually the buses and lorries carrying people and goods along this highway route are waylaid by robbers and thugs wielding guns, arrows, pangas, and so on. And they normally take advantage of the darkness. They take advantage of the steep climb and the pothole section of the road at Enzeva. And as the vehicles slow down, as the buses slow down, they waylay these trucks and thereby robbing all the goods. Our prayers, Mr. Speaker. May I request the police to have routine security patrols. Secondly, may the police also set up a station at that black spot. Thirdly, the Minister of Works is here. May that section of the road be worked on so that the potholes are removed so that the vehicles move smoothly. Thank you very much.
Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to cause a meeting with the Minister of Internal Affairs so that they can handle the issue of routine checkups on that road. And secondly, I want to call the minister here for works to come and inform us on when they can work on that part of the road, which is also causing insecurity in that area. Honorable Minister, please come and inform the House here about that.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Since we have got the concerns through my honorable brother, I'm going to get in touch with our station engineer. Tomorrow he goes and assesses the place, then we work on it probably next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Nathan Itungo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, colleagues. I raise this concern in good faith on behalf of parents and on behalf of students. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, any time from now, UNEP will be releasing a set of exams for O-level students who sat those exams. There are two categories of exams. There are those candidates who sat exams on the old curriculum, especially those who had repeated or had failed the exams. They sat exam and they are about to release the exams. But there are also candidates who sat exams on the new curriculum, the competence-based. Now, parents and students and other stakeholders, the concern is about the A-level curriculum. Which combinations will be done at A-level because of lack of the curriculum? How ready are the teachers to handle the curriculum at A-level which is not in place? Which reading materials should candidates and the parents prepare for the HSC? So through you, Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister of Education to come clear and explain the puzzle about the A-level curriculum. And then number two, let the ministry be clear on our side and the side of parents exactly what is the problem. Is it the money? Is it what? So that puzzle is sorted. And my prayer, finally, Mr. Speaker, if the minister could make a response before they release the results. Otherwise, all stakeholders in the education sector are a bit confused because of that gap of A-level after developing the new competence-based curriculum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Let Minister of Education come and update us on Wednesday. Okay? Wednesday next week. Honorable Mutemburi Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising a matter that at first I thought was only affecting Butaleja district. But upon interaction with most of my colleagues, I've established that it's national in nature. The issue of our colleagues, the councillors at the district level, majority of them since this financial year started have never been paid. For instance, in Butaleja, they have written several letters to local government and finance, but nothing has been paid. Now that the Minister of Local Government and Finance, the ministers are here, can they explain to us why, since this financial year started, the councillors have not yet been paid, and when will they be paid? This is a very serious issue because these are the people who monitor PDM and other projects at the local levels. Information allowed.
Please, honorable colleagues, that's not how we do it, especially on matters of national importance. I made one exception.
Much obliged.
So usually I don't want to escalate it. Minister for Local Government.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, It's our usual heartfelt concern that our councillors, one, are underpaid, two, the little money they get is taxed, and three, it's ever late and sometimes not available. But as the mother ministry, in our budgets, we have always reflected even the arrears, and the Minister of Finance never pays us. I rest my case.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, we are from the same government with my colleague from Ministry of Local Government. That appears to be friendly fire. But, Mr. Speaker, I think what I will do is to cross-check exactly what the problem is so that I get back to the House with facts.
Honourable Minister, can you get back to us tomorrow morning?
I'll endeavor to do that, right Honourable.
Yeah, tomorrow we are starting at 10. Honourable Chair, Committee on Local Government.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. The former Deputy Chairperson of the Committee of Public Service and Local Government.
And right former LC5 Chairperson. Kumi.
Yes, Right Honourable. Right Honourable Speaker, that issue was thoroughly discussed in our committee. We challenged the Ministry of Local Government to provide details of all the areas, which was done by the ministry. And all the summaries were provided here. This Parliament even approved a certain supplementary to have those people paid. Why do we approve supplementaries where there are emergencies and Minister of Finance can't respond? Right Honourable Speaker, I want to really let Minister of Finance know that if we really imagine how the councillors are with the little pay that they are given, and we don't even give that little, what are we really doing? And Right Honourable Speaker, it is also common practice that whenever committees invite the Ministry of Finance to discuss such matters, they rarely attend. So we want to plead with them, even as we give them tomorrow, they should come up with a clear explanation and as to why we are not thinking about the local leaders. Thank you.
Now, Honourable Minister, this is very clear. The Minister has requested for tomorrow. Let him give us an explanation tomorrow, because this is a statutory obligation. And you know, you get embarrassed. Me, whenever you go up country, the question from LC1 leaders is to do with the pay, even failure to pay the little money. You know, like now this weekend I'll be up country. These are the questions I'll be answering. Honourable Minister, please save us. Let's wait for the Minister tomorrow. Honourable colleagues in the public gallery, we have a delegation of head teachers from Mayuge district. I've been given a long list. Unfortunately, no schools. They are represented in Parliament by Right Honourable Nakada Marukia Isanga, Honourable Gire Agre Henry, and Honourable Isabidye Idi, and Honourable Kweketaria James. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honourable members, also in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of reed farmers from Bukanga North constituency in Isinjo district. They are represented by Honourable Nasan Byanyima and Honourable Mugumya Kirea. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please, once again, join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honourable Chamonges William. Thank you. Honourable Chamonges.
Mr. Speaker, I raise on the issue of national importance about the killing of a person from my constituency who is called Mangisho Siwa, Judah, just on Sunday evening. Mr. Speaker, this person was again killed along. This is because we have lost very many people. Mr. Speaker, this person was killed in Kakwata, around the National Park, just when he had gone to collect the branches of cypress, which we always get for building. He was got by our officers, removing the branches, which has been normal always. He was beaten and he died in the evening of Sunday. Mr. Speaker, this same person also lost his father through killing by still war officers about 5 years ago. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that has affected the entire Sabay region for very many years. I remember telling you here again, when in Bukwa, about 10 cows were shot along the road, dead. We brought the same matter here. Just between 2021 and today, from the time that we have been in Parliament, we have lost a total of 14 people. And these are people killed by trained officers who earn from our taxpayers' money, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today you will help me to give prayers that are more than two. Mr. Speaker, our prayers, and this is not from me only, with the entire leaders from Sabay. We want to know whether UA have got a different law that have been given to kill at will. And secondly, are they still under Ministry of Tourism or under government? Because I remember, Mr. Speaker, last year around May, they went and cut the groups of people, many and many acres. I reported it here. The Prime Minister, who is seated in front, wrote a letter instructing UA to stop cutting crops and stop breaking people's houses until a time that government would go to the ground and assess the situation or if encroachment is there. Mr. Speaker and Madam Prime Minister, your letter was not honored completely. And everybody thinks that letter was forged by me or as the members of Parliament from the region. Mr. Speaker, finally, we are completely frustrated. And probably this is our last, this is my last present this matter. I will not present it again. I am requesting, Mr. Speaker, that before we bury this person, we have not buried, and we are not going to bury, and we request before we bury, we want the Prime Minister and the Minister of Tourism, not the Speaker, and the Attorney General to visit the ground where Siwa was killed, so that we can all appreciate what is happening there. And Mr. Speaker, and this is finally, along the same area, we have an IDP camp, which is called Kakwata. We have nicknamed it Rwanda, because it is rocky. When government turned the forest into the national park, they pushed people down. Mr. Speaker, they have left people to be on the rock for the last 30 years. They have been in the IDP. Nowhere to dig a toilet, nowhere to bury themselves when they lose someone, nowhere to do everything. And that's why I'm saying going with the Prime Minister and the people I've mentioned there would help us appreciate the entire situation of my people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable, my condolences. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, my condolences to the bereaved family for losing their dear one. Right Honorable Speaker, it is true, I wrote to OA about that area, and before the Minister of Tourism went there, the RDC intervened, and she was to give a report back, but later the Prime Minister and the Minister of Tourism were supposed to visit that place because they were saying that this place belongs to UA. So, Right Honorable, I want to request that maybe the people of the area, let them bury as we plan, because right now the Prime Minister who wanted to go and visit there with the Minister of Tourism, she is out of the country.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The point of order that I'd like to raise pertaining the statement of the Prime Minister. You know, I listened carefully. She talked about the letter that she wrote and gave directives again behind the backs to the war officials to continue murdering our people. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, she is talking of a place in Sebei belonging to UA. I hope you understand the issues to do with migration in this country and where individuals in Uganda found themselves. If you talk of Uganda Wildlife Authority owning land in Sebei, then you are wrong. Are you in order to say that Uganda Wildlife Authority owns land in Sebei and not the Sabines themselves? Are you in order?
Now, I know how emotional such a matters can be, but the Prime Minister, Honorable colleague, I don't think the Prime Minister wrote a letter saying continue killing these people and all that. But I know emotions on such a matters because I have been I have been in Ergon on the Wugisu side of Ergon National Park, and I was hosted by Honorable John Faith Magora on top of Mount Wanare, where those people nearly did a second imbar on me. I survived narrowly because we were in serious matters. I had Kadodi coming and what you know. so I had to plead that I had already done imbar with Chigawe. Now these guys were about to grab me. All I'm Dimi's people, they have always threatened when you visit. But anyway, on a very, very serious note, when you could see the issue has been glaring. We have talked about this issue. I don't know why we cannot sort out the issue of boundaries for Ergon National Park. Because that's where the problem is. The moment you sort out, just wait on it. The moment you sort out that issue, you will have sorted all these problems. If you don't, the more you keep postponing it, the more it will continue reoccurring. And Right Honorable Prime Minister, you see, you go, people say, no, in campaigns, the president said we shall go with boundaries of 1992. UA is saying we must go with boundaries of 1963. Okay? So, and you don't want. Now, I face, for example, the same problem in my constituency, in my area, where I think 1950s, the Bachiga who requested for space in Ankore, Bunyora, and Toro were given part of Queen Elizabeth National Park. But these people didn't reflect it within the Gazette, okay? Up to now, recently they were there, NFA came and started entering people's homes, saying you're in forest land. People who were born there since 1950s. So that's when I assigned the committee, and the committee moved around. I got information from the Chair Committee on Tourism today that the report is ready. And the report was aiming at sorting out, looking at those issues. Honorable Mshemeza, I know you're a member of the committee. Honorable Namuga. I would request that on Tuesday, we have that report here, because it's going to tackle the whole country. Okay? All areas in the country that have such issues. And the Minister for Tourism should come and specifically respond to this issue. In fact, for you, Honorable Chemonges, the body is available. In our area, we just do a funeral. Recently I was there. I just heard so-and-so has been killed. So yes, the burial, they said, no, we do a funeral, because if you go back to the park to pick the body, you will also die. So you're left to the animals. They are eaten by animals. And I think they told me, is it this year or when? We've already lost around 14 people. Yes. And you can't go to pick the body. No, you don't. Because the moment they don't accept that they killed the person. Because now you're going to be eaten by hyenas. There is no evidence. So you can't go to the park to start looking for the body. But these people know how they communicate. They say, no, we are with so-and-so, we escaped, but he died, and we do funeral rites, and it goes like that. I think this has to stop. Even in protecting our national heritage and what, we should be humane enough. So let the minister on Tuesday, now when we are discussing that report, let's discuss it in detail on Tuesday when the committee report is brought here. On the one of burial, you say I cannot tell the Prime Minister that unless you go, they won't bury. I think let's manage it as leaders. I would request Prime Minister, you meet Honorable Chemonges outside, okay? You discuss this issue, not here on camera. But if there is something you needed to clarify, right, Honorable.
Yeah, right. Speaker, I wanted just to complete my statement that I was giving. Of course, I did not write to say that let these people be killed. I was writing for the people to be protected. But this was a directive by His Excellency the President to the Prime Minister to handle. So, as you have Right Honorable suggested, let it be done, and I think by that time the Prime Minister will be here also to give us what she had done since the directive of His Excellency the President. I thank you.
Thank
For
you.
the burial, I requested my colleague that let us...
Right, Honorable, please meet outside, you talk. We can't solve this issue on a microphone here, okay? Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers from Chris from Life International Ministries, from the Basiro East constituency of Wakiso District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Medard Second and Honorable Esther Narima. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Now, honorable colleagues, if you check on the order paper, item 6 is to do with RAPEX, moving money for RAPEX. So when I met the chairperson for a brief today, I was told that of the votes they brought, there was no money for UNRWA and money for road fund. And yet we have emergencies in our areas. So I said, now, which RAPEX, which man are we moving when the big monies are remaining the other side? And the minister told us he's not able to move because we don't have money. So I asked the Minister for Finance, I said, I won't be able to allow this item until we receive also the money for road fund and money for union. And I'm happy to note that the minister has taken action. So allow me, I think, Minister, we do it when we are laying papers, okay? You can, I will amend the order paper, allow the minister to lay it when we are on laying of papers, so that it can be referred to the Committee on Budget, and then we can conclude RAPEX issue on Tuesday, when we have these critical funds also included. No, there is no one on the floor, so, yeah. Thank you, Honorable. Next item.
Item 3 on the order paper, statement by Minister on the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, as you come, colleagues, there are some of you who register matters of national importance. And I look through and I find they are not urgent matters. They are important, but not urgent. And the answers they require are very detailed. Okay? So I usually advise that such matters are taken to the Prime Minister so that the Prime Minister can get detailed answers. I don't want to have answers that are not satisfactory here on the floor. So some of you, I've jumped your matters because of that. Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, as you may be aware, the M23 armed group advanced on Goma, DRC on Sunday, 26 January 2025, after capturing significant territory earlier this month in Kivu, North Kivu province. On Monday, 27th January 2025, the M23 announced the capture of Goma. The conflict between the M23 and the armed forces of DRC has escalated in spite of determined mediation efforts and progress toward the cessation of hostilities under both Rwanda and Nairobi processes. We offer our heartfelt condolences to the innocent civilians, the MONUSCO, some Idris peacekeepers that have lost their lives in the fighting taking place in North Kivu and South Kivu provinces of DRC. We are deeply concerned about the escalation of tensions in eastern DRC that have led to massive displacement of people, with likely consequential pressure on the Republic of Uganda, which already hosts more than 560,000 refugees from DRC alone. Colleagues, yesterday, our embassy in DRC, Kinshasa, was attacked by rioters triggered by developments in Goma, where looting and burning of the embassy property took place. The incident is a violation of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations 1961, and we condemn this in the strongest terms. Fortunately, no embassy staff was harmed, and it has been determined that they are safe and the embassy premises are now secured. Last evening, we received assurances from government of DRC that appropriate security measures had been taken and the situation in Kinshasa is under control. The decision to suspend Uganda Airlines flights to Kinshasa announced yesterday is prudent under the circumstances as we continue to monitor the situation, which is fast changing. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is assessing practical means to provide consular or emergency services to Ugandan nationals resident in DRC and, as need arises, will inform the public in due course of the measures. Honorable members, this is a protracted conflict with a long history of misjudgment and external interference. A multiplicity of factors including ethnicity, citizenship, mineral and economic exploitation, and youth unemployment continue to fuel the conflict. We therefore would like to take this opportunity to categorically state and clarify that the Republic of Uganda dissociates itself from the activities of armed belligerent groups in the DRC. It's important to restate the context to Government of Uganda participation in resolution of this conflict since 2013 in order to provide clarity. On 12th December 2013, in Nairobi, 2 declarations and 1 communique were signed, including the Kampala dialogue between the Government of the Democratic Republic of Congo and the M23. The documents detailed each side's commitment, including the mobilization and reintegration of former rebels, and the DRC commitment to facilitate the return of refugees. Following the defeat of the M23 armed group in November 2013, the former fighters were received in Kisoro, Uganda, disarmed by Uganda security, and their arms inspected and handed over to government of DRC at Kasindi. The ex-combatants were regularly visited by DRC government officials, the International Committee of the Red Cross, the expanded joint verification mechanism, MONUSCO, defense attaches accredited to Uganda, and international journalists for monitoring and documentation exercises. It should be noted that the ex-combatants were not prisoners but refugees. Uganda government has, in good faith, regularly shared information with the DRC government on matters relating to activities of the M23 ex-combatants. By 2015, all disarmed ex-combatants that had taken refuge in Uganda, save for non-citizens of DRC, had been handed over to government of DRC. Colleagues, we commend the Rwanda process under the stewardship of His Excellency Joao Lorenzo, the President of the Republic of Angola. We recognize the Nairobi process under the guidance of former President Uhuru Kenyatta. We recall DRC government's approval of EAC regional force deployment in Eastern DRC in November 2022, resulting in success in ensuring a reduction in M23's movement territory by 80%. However, due to disagreement around the force's mandate, the mission was not extended, and aircraft completed its withdrawal on 21st December 2023, after its mandate expired on 8th December 2023. The 24th Ordinary Summit of the EAC Heads of State held on 30th November 2024 in Arusha called for a coordinated approach and the consolidation of various mediation initiatives, specifically Rwanda process and the EAC-led Nairobi process, to be merged into one and managed jointly. We are hopeful that this initiative will be implemented to ensure a more effective mediation process toward the cessation of hostilities and a lasting peace. Right Honorable Speaker, as we have said before, the problems of Great Lakes region cannot be resolved by military means. This approach has been tried before and unfortunately has its limits and unnecessarily prolongs the resolution of problems. His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni and the government of Uganda remain available to participate in regional peace initiatives to ensure cessation of hostilities as soon as possible. The government of Uganda continues to monitor the security situation in the Great Lakes region while taking into account the importance of the ongoing bilateral agreements with the DRC. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I wish you the best in your attempts to resolve all this. Next item. No, Honourable colleagues, the Minister had requested me for space. These are very sensitive matters. A voice, no, please, I request a voice going on, okay? These are sensitive matters. No. Honorable colleagues, Rule 52.2 says such a statements may be debated. Okay? In my own judgment, these are statements, especially I know with the statements that have come from different corners and what they are reading to. I wouldn't want us to again go through many issues. Honourable Minister, you will be updating us. Next item, I request.
Item 4.
You know I'm the most lenient person on these matters. I request.
Item 4 on the other paper, laying papers 1, report of the Uganda delegation to the 53rd CP Africa Regional Conference held in Arusha, Tanzania from 29th September to 7th October 2024.
Thank you. Before Honorable Enos comes, Rob has reminded me, for him, he raised a specific matter which had not been covered under your statement, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, there is a matter Rob raised which has not been covered under your statement, and even in the request for statement, you never alluded to that. So, can just tell him to remind you, allow him to remind you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you for allowing my insistence, because this is a critical issue and there should be nothing to hide. I raised this matter leading to the statement by the Minister, and unfortunately there are elements that have not been covered. One of which is very critical, that Uganda's ambassador to DRC for over 4 years has not been accredited. It's important for us to know what's the ministry doing about this, because the link we have with DRC is an ambassador. Not even you, the minister. You might supervise these ambassadors, but they are our links. We do not have a link. Our embassy got banned. I don't know who you're in touch with, who is heading that mission, because our ambassador has not been accredited to date. Why? Did DRC not find this person competent enough? Did we just abandon the issue? Because it's important, even formally, for us to know what's happening in DRC, what's happening to our Ugandan citizens whose link should be this ambassador. And this is an aspect that you have not talked about in your statement. So I thought I should insist that he responds to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. It's true indeed I didn't mention this, because I have mentioned this severally on this floor. Mr. Speaker, under Chapter 7 of the Constitution, and precisely Article 122(1) states that the President, with approval of Parliament, may appoint heads of missions and ambassadors. Mr. Speaker, that rests the case of a blame to the ministers. The ministers are aware and they have transmitted to the appropriate authority, who under Article 122(1) has that responsibility. We've done our part. Mr. Speaker, that delineates from Article 123, talking about treaties. Article 123(1) talks about the President or any person authorized by the President may enter into treaties. Now, that puts a clear dichotomy and only gives assignment to what we can do and what we cannot do. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it's not true to allege that we have no representation in the DRC. We have staff in our mission in the DRC. We may not have head of mission accredited, but we have the deputy head of mission, who is chargé d'affaires. In absence of head of mission, you have a chargé d'affaires. The mission is running. Maybe just for information, is that the DRC does not have a head of mission equally here. I thank you.
Thank you. Next item, Honorable Enos. I think the item had already been called.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm here to lay a report of the Ugandan delegation to the 53rd CP African Regional Conference, which was held in Arusha, Tanzania, on the 29th of September to 7th October. In the interest of time, Right Honourable Speaker, I'll just go through the resolutions of the conference for the benefit of the members. Right Honourable Speaker, the 53rd CP Africa Regional Annual Conference was held in Arusha under the theme African Parliaments at the forefront of addressing global challenges, including food insecurity, climate change, and youth empowerment. So we had so many workshops, and the official opening was presided over by the Vice President of the Republic of Tanzania. He made a very good speech relating to the theme of the conference, and we have attached the speech of the Vice President to the report. Right Honourable Speaker, the conference made resolutions. One of them, I just want to read them, just for committee chairpersons to see what they can pick for their various sectors. On the assessment of preparedness to cope with effects of climate change among African countries, the conference urged African governments to undertake policy reforms that will integrate climate change policies into all levels of government, planning and decision-making policies. They also advised the African governments to consider community involvement of conducting public awareness campaigns to educate communities about risks associated with climate change and actions that they would take. They also encouraged African parliaments to engage fully by influencing legislations, fund allocations to alleviate poverty as a way to mitigate the effects of climate change and all other mitigating measures. Because they believe that, the conference believed that, the discussions that we had, we believe that poverty is part of the problem of climate change. So as parliaments, we need to engage fully in influencing legislation that help to alleviate poverty. On the second topic of discussion, harnessing abundant renewable energy resources in Africa to speed up industrialization and opportunities and challenges, the African governments were advised to establish financial mechanisms that can involve private sector and international organizations specifically aimed at supporting renewable energy projects for developing renewable energy infrastructure in Africa. African governments were also advised to launch public awareness campaigns to educate citizens about the benefits of renewable energy and encourage community participation in local projects. Right Honourable Speaker, again on the third topic of reforming electoral systems in Africa to address mounting crisis of mistrust in political institutions, the conference advised African governments to establish or strengthen independent electoral commissions that are free from political influence and capable of conducting transparent, fair, and credible elections. We also advised, or the conference advised governments to review and update their legal frameworks governing elections to align with international standards and best practices, aiming at ensuring inclusive participation in elections of marginalized groups, including women, youth, persons with disabilities, and ethnic minorities. Also, African governments were encouraged to establish mechanisms for timely resolution of electoral disputes through independent judicial bodies. Furthermore, a formation of inter-party dialogue councils and dialogue between Electoral Commission and political parties to build trust and consensus on key aspects of the electoral process. Those were the resolutions on this particular topic. On topic number 4, on beyond numbers, re-examining the contribution of women in parliaments. African parliaments.
Honorable Enos, you're going beyond, please.
Yes, this is the last, right Honorable. This is the last topic. Right Honorable
yes,
Speaker.
Procedure.
Okay, I can.
Procedure.
Mr. Speaker, the member said he was
I'm
laying
going to
the
lay.
paper.
Honorable, can you?
Under our rules, you're only limited to laying and you sit.
No.
The title and you learn the.
Honorable colleagues, this falls under Rule 33, which requires that on top of laying, the member gives a summary, especially of the resolutions and all that. But now he's also going into observation. So that's why I wanted him to conclude with the summary.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. On the last topic, it was about reforming the education system in Africa to address youth unemployment on the continent. The conference had urged African governments to review and reform their national education policies to better align with labor market needs, focusing on not just academic excellency, but also practical and digital skills acquisition. They also encouraged African governments to invest in digital infrastructure to ensure all students have access to modern learning tools and resources. They also advised the African governments to increase funding for educational programs that can focus on entrepreneurship and innovation as pathways to self-employment and avail the youth with necessary capital to run businesses. Lastly, they also advised the African governments to collaborate with international organizations, including UNESCO, UNICEF, the World Bank, to provide technical assistance and funding support for educational reforms, targeting youth unemployment reduction. These resolutions were adopted, of course, on the 5th of October 2024 in Arusha. Right Honourable Speaker, at this conference, we also had the election of office bearers. And on behalf of the Ugandan Parliament, I was elected as the Treasurer of African Region for 3 years, starting this year until 2028. Yes, the term. Okay, listen, members.
No, Honourable, please.
The term runs 3 years.
Remain focused.
The term runs for 3 years, but it implies that any member from the branch, if I do not return to Parliament, whoever will be on the committee will take on the position until 2028.
Luckily, so you're returning.
The position is not entirely for me, but it's for the branch of Uganda. Okay, members, thank you so much. I will return. The people of the Antode will return. So, members, Right Honourable Speaker, we want also to take this opportunity to thank you and the Office of the Speaker for having facilitated us for this conference. Thank you so much. I now beg to lay the report.
Thank you, Honourable Enos. Rule 33, I'm supposed to appoint time for debate. So, Honourable colleagues, read through the report, comprehend it, and then after, I'll be announcing the time we shall have debate. The same report. Thank you. Next.
Item 4.2. Report of the delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference, 3rd to 8th November 2024, Sydney, New South Wales, Australia.
Honourable Enos.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Again, I'm here to lay a report of the delegation of the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference that was held from the 3rd to the 8th of November 2024 in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Right Honourable Speaker, of course, on a delegated responsibility, I went with a delegation of 8 members on behalf of the Speaker. And the conference, the 67th conference, had a range of workshops that took place under the main conference theme of Engage, Empower, Sustain, Charting the Course for Resilient Democracy. The CPC workshops were an opportunity for parliamentarians and global experts to discuss major parliamentary issues. The following learning and development workshops were held during the main conference: building bridges, parliamentary frameworks for meaningful engagement with indigenous people, but that one is so relevant to the Australian continent. The use of artificial intelligence in parliamentary processes and practices, opportunities and challenges, which is very relevant to us. How can legislatures best support and promote LGBT plus participants? But that one, yes, listen, that one was well sorted by our legislature, so there's nothing much to discuss here. We also had a topic on promoting the political participation of young women and girls. We also had a workshop on gender and national climate planning, moving from commitment to scalable action. Lastly, we also had a conference on future-proofing democracy, innovations in security, and support for women parliamentarians, which is also very relevant to us. We also had a very relevant topic on votes versus likes, the role of parliament in strengthening democratic resilience in an age of fake news and synthetic media. There were so many discussions to this. I will only go straight to the resolutions of the conference. But my resolutions I will only read or take you through the topics that are relevant to this legislature. Building bridges, parliamentary framework for meaningful engagement with indigenous people. This is more of the Australian continent. The use of artificial intelligence in parliamentary processes, practices, and opportunities and challenges. I encourage members to look for a report, read through this, because it's very relevant. Because this workshop focused so much on legislatures having an integrated artificial intelligence, or integrating artificial intelligence into their processes, practices, and opportunities, and challenges that might be presented with that. We also looked at, Uganda made a case on the topic of how can legislators best support and promote LGBT participation. We made our comments first that we are against and we passed a law, but specifically we tried to explain the law that we passed that does not stop. It's not necessarily against homosexuals. You can be a homosexual, but as long as you do not promote. We tried to explain that to the international. Yes, I'm going to explain that. Now listen to me.
Point of order.
Listen to me. Because you have a time to come and discuss
Point
this.
of order. Please, when you stop giving orders on the floor. Okay?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Member, while presenting the previous report, you actually told him to lay. And you were patient enough to allow him conclude. Now, in coming up to lay the second report, he's now taking us through the same detail and even touching on controversial areas that we don't want to hear about. So, Right Honourable Speaker, is the Honourable Member in order to continue reading details of the report rather than laying? Is he in order, Right Honourable Speaker? And trying even to persuade us to define who a homosexual is or what law we passed. We know the law that we passed. You don't have to take us through. Is in order, Right Honourable Speaker?
Thank you.
And considering Trump's stand now on those groups. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. See, sometimes we bring controversies to ourselves. I don't know what you're doing with those issues. Okay? Just read the resolutions and that's it.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. You see, when you go to the resolutions, look at resolution number 3.
Honourable, can you lay and...
Okay, thank you so much.
Just lay on table, the rest we shall handle.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. First and foremost, thank you so much for having facilitated us for this conference. And we pray that you continue facilitating the committee to attend to these conferences. I now beg to lay that the report of the delegation to the 67th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference that was held on the 3rd to the 8th of November 2024 in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable. The same like the other report. Honourable colleagues, I encourage you to read it. I'll be appointing time for discussion, for debate.
Item 4.3, request for reallocation of budget estimates for the financial year 2024-25 and the revision of work plans for the second batch of institutions affected under the rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure reform.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, moving in accordance with Section 19 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 171 and Rule 56 of our Rules of Procedure of Parliament, to lay on table a motion for the House to consider reallocation in the budget estimates for financial year 2024-25 and the revised work plans for the second batch of the institutions affected by rationalization of government agencies and public expenditure reform. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Refer to committee on budget. They informed me their report had been ready, but I told them to wait before signing so that they can include these very, very critical items. So let the committee process, and on Tuesday they bring a comprehensive report and we have this matter sorted. I hope we won't be late, Minister, if we do by Tuesday, okay? So, honorable colleagues, like I told you yesterday evening, the Committee on Budget requested that we do the budget framework paper tomorrow. We just finished the report. So we shall do the budget framework tomorrow, and we shall start at 10 a.m. So that the whole day we shall have just that item, so that we can have a comprehensive debate around it. Crack, ensure it is uploaded today, so that MPs, colleagues are able to read through and make informed submissions on the floor tomorrow. On RAPEX, I've also guided that we shall handle it on Tuesday. So let's handle one more item, and we call it a day. Item number 7.
Item 7 on the other paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Government Assurances and Implementation Committee on the status of the assurances to compensate victims of war and insurgencies in West Nile, Acholi, Lango, Teso, Karamoja, and Sebei sub-regions.
Thank you, Honorable colleagues. As you remember, when the committee presented the report, the Attorney General requested that we give him time to prepare a response. He told me his response is ready. Let's give him time to present it, and then we open debate and have this matter concluded. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I'm pleased to inform this House that it is the government's policy to pay all war debt claimants and beneficiaries, irrespective of whether they went to court or not. I want to believe that you still remember the contents of the report, which was presented while we were in Gulu, so I'm beginning from there. Our mandate, in as far as compensation of war debt claimants is concerned, is limited to Acholi, Lango, and Teso sub-regions. The Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs awaits a cabinet guidance on whether other regions that were affected by insurgencies can be brought on board. Colleagues, Parliament made a total budgetary allocation of 200 billion shillings over the past 4 financial years, namely 50 billion shillings in the financial year 2021-22, 30 billion shillings in 2022-2023, 80 billion shillings in 2023-2024, and 40 billion shillings in 2024-2025. The Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in the financial year 2021-2022 released 50 billion shillings, and in financial year 2022-2023 there was no release at all, while in financial year 2023-2024 the Ministry of Finance released 71.28 billion, and in financial year 2024-2025 it has so far released 18.2 billion, making a total so far released to 139.49 billion. out of which the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs has so far paid out 136 billion shillings as follows. 49.323 billion has been paid out to 17,934 people in financial year 23-24. 16.14 billion has been paid out to 11,250 people. In financial year 2024-25, in the 3 sub-regions of Acholi, Lango, and Teso, a total of 1.19 billion in financial year 2021-22, 2023 and 24 bounced back to the ministry accounts due to various reasons, such as closed accounts, dormant accounts, inaccurate names or inaccurate account numbers, and others. Whereas on the 5th day of August 2024, we reported to the Committee of Government Assurances that 119.24 billion was paid out. The figure has since increased to 136 Nobuguam due to let me repeat that, right, Honourable Speaker. I wanted the attention of Namuga. She was not following. Right, Honourable Speaker. Whereas on the 5th day of August 2024, we reported to the Committee of Government Assurances that 119.2 billion was paid out. The figure has since increased to 136 billion due to the release of more funds for compensation in financial year 2024-2025. Honourable colleagues, the information relating to payment of all claimants stroke beneficiaries is readily available on the ministry's website, that is justice.go.ug/livestock-compensation. Please note, this was last updated in September 2024. I'm talking about the website because the information you find there should tell you with what I'm saying. It was last updated in September 2024. Quarter 2 financial year 2024-2025 is still pending upload owing to reconciliation of the figures being undertaken by the Ministry of Finance. Now, while in Guru, the report presented by the Committee of Government Assurances raised a number of issues. My intention here is to respond to those specific issues. Issue number 1, the committee in clause 3.22 on page 11 of its report recommended that livestock compensation rates should relate to established rates of 1,050,000. Colleagues and honorable members, when His Excellency the President launched payments of warded claimants and beneficiaries in financial year 2021-2022, the ministry was allocated 50 billion shillings, which was prorated to 27 districts and 2 cities in the 3 sub-regions of Acholi, Lango, and Teso, with each district receiving an allocation of 1.72 billion. At the beginning of the payment process, the amounts payable were computed on a pro rata basis. This resulted into some payments made falling below the 1,050,000 shillings, which is the value of a cow. This was later reviewed to ensure that the minimum payment amount should at least be a cow. A top-up of 1 million, I beg your pardon, allow me. A top-up of Uganda shillings 1,050,000, which is a unit cost per cow, was made for all claimants and beneficiaries who had received less than the unit cost. In financial year 2023-2024, the above claimants and beneficiaries in the affected districts of Agago, Palisa, Kitugum, Serere, and Kaberamaido were given a top-up amount of 307 million on top of the district's allocated amount of 1.7 billion. 2. The committee in clause 3.4 on page 14 of its report observed that according to Attorney General, the outstanding liability for compensation claims as at 30th June 2024 was at 472 billion. However, upon their analysis of the same, they arrived at an outstanding liability of 208 billion, leaving a variance of 264 billion from the original liability, as was reported by the Attorney General to the committee. Further, it is reported that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs has so far paid out 119.2 billion shillings, while the committee discovered that the Ministry of Justice had actually paid out 114.7 billion shillings, leaving an unexplained variance of 4.4 billion. Here below is an extract of the table 3 from page 14 and 15 of the committee report. In response to that, we have observed that the committee in its report considered financial year 2023-2024 partially and only extracted payments and outstanding liability assessed at 50 cows, owing to the threshold set by the ministry of paying at least a minimum of 1 cow and not more than 50 cows for the first phase, leaving out a total claim in excess of amounts payable or assessed at 50 cows and the information relating to the claimant's stroke beneficiaries' entire claim. Honorable members and colleagues, had the committee extracted the entire information presented to it by the Attorney General's chambers, they would have arrived at the outstanding liability of 472.72 billion as shown in the sample table below. There is the sample table.
Procedure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious statement that the Minister is presenting. And I have tried to look for the report on my iPad. I cannot actually see the report. And he's referring us and telling us the table is there. Now, I cannot access the report on my iPad, and therefore I cannot see the statement or the table that he's talking about. So would it not be procedure right?
Of the committee or his
no,
statement?
his statement.
The clerk?
Yes, so would it not be right for this statement by the minister to be uploaded?
Clerk, isn't it uploaded?
Right, Honourable Speaker, I supplied it to the clerk's office last week.
This is our problem. I'm sorry, Honorable colleagues, because the Attorney General gave us this statement. I don't know my IT people, you know. So let them upload quickly. By the time we go into a deeper debate, Honorable colleagues, it will be uploaded. Let's save time by the means of continuing. In a few minutes, it will be uploaded.
Most obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. My sisters are not very easy on me. I hope I will survive. Namuga. The amount paid of Uganda shillings 114 billion, as quoted in Table 3 on page 17 of the committee report, relates to financial year 2023-2024 figures. This left out payments made to claimants and beneficiaries of financial year 2021-2022 amounting to 4.49 billion, especially those that were fully paid. Number 3. The committee in clause 3.31 on page 15 of its report reported that out of the 1,900 claimants stroke beneficiaries in Pader district, only 800 claimants stroke beneficiaries have so far been paid. We would like to report that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs has so far cumulatively paid 1,118 claimants stroke beneficiaries as opposed to the 800 stated by the committee report. Honorable colleagues, more information relating to the above can be obtained from the website already mentioned. Furthermore, in clause 3.32 on page 15 of its report, the committee in Nwoya district observed that out of the lost 8,620 livestock, 147 shillings, equivalent to 169 heads of cattle. This is far from the truth. Our information, which is readily available on the website, shows and confirms that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs at the time had paid out 2,970,000,000 to Nwoya district, which is equivalent to 2,289 livestock. Additionally, in clause 3.43 on page 15 of its report, the committee in Kitgum district observed that of the 1,336 claimants stroke beneficiaries submitted for payment, only 11 were fully paid. Honorable colleagues, our information reveals that a total of 27 claimants and beneficiaries had been fully paid, 420 claimants stroke beneficiaries partially paid, and 376 claimants stroke beneficiaries not paid at all, but will be paid once the resources are available. The committee in clause 3.44 on page 16 of its report observed that in Oyam district, a total of 14,471 claimants stroke beneficiaries were registered, and that the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs issued only 6,000 data cards. Colleagues, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs in 2016 verified 6,618 claimants stroke beneficiaries in Oyam district, and equally in 2021 issued to Oyamu district a corresponding number of 6,618 data cards. The discrepancy highlighted by the committee has arisen as a result of the Attorney General's instructions to the districts to also verify claimants stroke beneficiaries who took government to court in cases such as Ongia Francis, formerly Okello Betty, and DeLeon Johnson, which has led to Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs procuring additional data cards to cover the additional numbers. We have observed that whereas we furnished the Committee of Government Assurances with information relating to financial years 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, it appears that the committee did not consider both financial years presented, and that's why they have discrepancies in their report. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. Thank you. Debate ensues now. Honorable Timugi Isaac, Honorable Paparu, Honorable Amos Okot, Honorable Fox Odoy, Honorable Amede, Haji, then I'll pick more. Colleagues, we have time. Don't mind, we have time. I'm going to pick. Yeah, I'm going to pick you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the Attorney General for the report laid. Right Honorable Speaker, during the sitting in Gulu, it was also pointed out clearly during the report as to why West Nile sub-region was not considered during the compensation of the war claimants. People who lived during those days remember vividly on how all our media, even the television, used to be awash with the wreckage of the buses that were burnt during the Konyi times along Karuma-Pakwach Road. It came to the surprise of so many in West Nile sub-region when the sub-regions of Teso, Lango, Acholi were the only ones considered, and West Nile were actually left out. We expected a very good explanation to that, but nothing has been given in the statement as to why West Nile sub-region was not considered. Right Honorable Speaker, there are cases which arose from West Nile which also went to court. A case, in example, which the Attorney General is well aware of, because I visited his office a couple of times on this matter, is the case of Onger Samuel and 39 others who lost a lot of their properties during the Konyi War. The case started since 2016. It went through the Commission of Equal Opportunities as well. And to the surprise, on a newspaper dated 14th August 2023, a list was published by the Office of the Attorney General, listing people who were going to be awarded compensation. Now, these same people, Onger Samuel and 39 others, were also included on that list of the new vision. And they were given 14 days to actually submit their account details. They gathered themselves, at least those who are still alive, and I also accompanied them to the Office of the Attorney General. Only to arrive there, and the response given by the Attorney General's office was that, sorry, it was a mistake, that they were not supposed to be on the list. And to date, those people are frustrated. After waiting for over 10 years, no justice has been done. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my urge is that West Nile sub-region, we urge the Attorney General, we put up our prayers also to the government, to the President, that West Nile sub-region suffered a lot during the War of Konyi. Everybody knows it. And we pray that whatever little money that government, this parliament actually appropriates, let it be shared across those regions, including West Nile sub-region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Paparu.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the opening remarks of the Attorney General,
he said they are only mandated to pay 3 sub-regions. That is Acholi, Lango, and Teso. That we agree. But in the Gulu sitting, Right Honorable Speaker, we are given a feedback that the payments or the compensation for the people of West Nile was already brought in Parliament and was supposed to have gotten updates with this feedback that is being given here. So we are disappointed because he said their mandate is only for the 3 sub-regions. That means we don't have any feedback. Right Honorable Speaker, the NDP4, we don't also see the compensation in that. In the budget framework papers, we're not seeing in that. I know, I don't want to debate in anticipation. So I wanted to seek clarity from Attorney General's office whether the people of West Nile are going to be compensated. Because when they said that they are coming in the second phase, and he's here confirming that they only have mandate for the 3, as if there's going to be nothing done to the rest, it's a bit disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amos Okot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, this report and all other reports regarding compensation, I think many people are not appreciating it. When you hear the reports that has been given with a lot of billions that is being raised, on the ground, you nearly don't see anything. And I pity even those people who are saying West Nile also need, other people also need. Sincerely speaking, they will say you're going to be included. But all is just giving money to those one who will give you reports, and yet when you go deep, you'll find a lot of cheating, corruptions, unclear procedures, leaving the claimants without any proper answers. To be honest, very many people are not satisfied with all these processes. You go to anybody, go to Agago, now he's talking that there's some top-up that have been given. People calls you, they don't know where to go, either to go to the CAO's office, to go to who, they resort to member of parliament. And when times of election comes like this, they focus, especially to we who are in the ruling party. They will tell you when time for campaigns, you talk about compensation. When campaign is over, nobody talk about compensation. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to do something more deeper than this. It is true, we know it's a government policy to compensate people during wars. And it is we, the government, to do it. But let it be something real. As I talk now, Mr. Speaker, we know how the animal got lost. We know how we lose all those properties. It went to the rebels. Others were destroyed by the government soldiers. Others went to the Karamojongs, the warriors. Even now, as I talk, the Karamojongs, they are still even stealing and killing. If I'm to tell you, this month alone of January, I have lost 5 people. Even yesterday, they shot somebody. So you see, the circumstance is just rounding like this, until when shall we come to an end with this? We are crying and we want the peace. We want compensation to be real. Just not a paper accountability, but when you go down, the thing is not as it's supposed. If I'm to quote the Minister for Justice, Honorable Norbert Mao, as we were burying the husband of our dear one, Honorable Balmoy, he was there. And he gave a very strong, if I'm to quote in our language. I say in the language? I will translate after saying. He said, Pe ogo tibo tuol. I'm going to translate to you. Saying, do not beat the shadow of the snake. Because everybody was saying, now that Honorable Mao is the Minister for Justice, our animals will now be compensated. And then Mao just came and said, you people, do not focus on the shadow of the snake. Look for the snake and beat the snake. And now we don't know which one is a snake. Mr. Speaker, we may laugh on this matter, but honestly speaking, let us do something real. We are losing very many of the claimants. And the worst of it, if you come and they look at your age, they'll start doubting you. Say, go and get some letter here, there, and they keep touching you. Even the banks themselves. Even the...
Thank you, Honorable Fadil. Then Honorable Fox.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the government for coming out with this program of compensation. However, I have seen them that have compensated the people of Teso, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, partly. Right Honorable Speaker, we have Sabines who live in Teso. And when they were selecting this compensation plan, they didn't include them, and yet there are people who lived in Ngora, in Bukedea, etc. Were they basing on tribe, or how were they selecting? Because these are people who are even, some of them are even still living there up to now. And Right Honorable Speaker, the entire Sebei sub-region, we have suffered with all the civil wars in this country. And they have never included them anywhere. When they talk of compensation, they just keep on telling us they are going to be in the other plan, and yet we suffered a lot, and up to now, Right Honorable Speaker, we are still suffering. So we want to know from government whether are we part of Uganda also, or why do you do this to the people of Sebei? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fox Odoy.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there are structural problems. There are policy problems we are debating this afternoon. Uganda as a country does not have any policy on compensation. So what we are dealing with this afternoon is ad hoc administrative fiat. It's ex gratia payment. Ex gratia payment is a favor from the person donating. So as a parliament, we shall be helping this country if we go back to the basics. If we demand that the government of the Republic of Uganda comes up with a policy on compensation that we can progress into legislation. That said, Right Honorable Speaker, I now want to speak as a Mukidi. I come from a region that is part of this country, Bukedi sub-region. The Lord's resistance movement, I will grant you, I will yield. Let me just complete this. The Holy Spirit movement of a one lady called Alice Lakwena destabilized the people of Bukedi. We lost property. We lost lives. Lakwena raided the greater Paya sub-county. The sub-counties of Nawire, Sop, Kirewa, Iyoloa, Sere, and went all the way to a place called Magamaga in Busoga. I have consistently sat in this house for a total of about 3 years, and every time the matter of compensation comes up, Bukedi is not mentioned. Why should we continue planning to the exclusion of other citizens of the Republic of Uganda? Why should the people of Bukedi be excluded from this planning process? We shall vote. Right, I will yield. I will yield, Honorable Member.
Honorable colleagues, I'm going to give you your time. We have time. I'm going to give you your time.
When it comes to voting, we shall vote aye for the compensation of Ugandans. But we are hurting as a people. The people of Bukedi are hurting. And it's high time we spoke up, and we spoke up very rudely. We can be pretty rude and nasty
But we have tried to maintain some level of civility. Our patience is fast running out. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, for compensation to be meaningful, it has to be time sensitive. We are talking about persons who lost property 30 years ago, 20 years ago, and we are still debating whether to give them the value of half a cow, a quarter cow, 1,800,000. Aren't we simply being the greatest jokers? I beg to submit.
Yeah. Thank you. Honorable Fox, the report of the committee on page 19 under general observations and recommendation. Their first recommendation is on government putting in place a comprehensive policy on compensation. So the committee picked that issue very well. Yes, Honorable Awasi, Honorable Katari, Honorable Obiga, Honorable okay, let me Cherangat. Then I pick Honorable Chirumira, Honorable Christine. I'm picking a bit of opposition and we come.
Thank you very much.
It seems, Honorable colleague, some of you are running, pick your children from school, leaving. Then you better be patient because I'm going to give you time. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, earlier in 2021 and in 2006, there was a report which was submitted to Attorney General's office in regard to compensation of the animals that got lost to Kenya, Sudan from Karamoja, and also some homes which got burned during the takeover of government. I am surprised why Karamoja is excluded from compensation. So, and also we lost a lot of animals under the custody of the army, and we lost those animals outside the country, and government promised to compensate the Karamojongs, the animals. I'm wondering why the Karamojongs are not part of compensation of the animals that got lost to other country. And during disarmament, properties were burnt, houses, churches. So we expected to be compensated for that. And the list is within the Attorney General's office. Attorney General should explain why Karamoja is excluded from compensation. Thank you so much.
Now, honorable colleagues, please listen to the MPs from Karamoja. They never compensated themselves.
No,
because they are being.
I take information.
Yes. So, honorable Katari Roy.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. I'd like to thank the committee and the minister for their statements. Right Honourable Speaker, I will start from where Honourable Fox Odoi stopped. About Lakwena. Actually, Lakwena was defeated in Busoga. We hosted the president last week. We reminded him about Lakwena, and he promised to send his people on the ground. Right Honourable Speaker, to the Honourable Minister, I'd like to find out about two issues. One, when he talks about bounced checks, I know the committee talked about bounced payments. He has raised the issue of bounced payments. I would like to find from the Honourable Minister, what have you done about it? Is it going to continue listing people as bounced beneficiaries, or you've tried to find out the reasons why these payments bounce and try to rectify them? Because we need to get them out of the way, since the money is supposed to be there. Right Honourable Speaker, if I remember well, the committee talked about some payments that were made, but when the beneficiaries went to their accounts, the money had been withdrawn. By who, we do not know. I just want to find out from the Honourable Minister whether his ministry has tried to investigate, and how far have you gone? Have these people recovered their money? Because at the end of the day, you record them as paid. They were paid, the accounts are created, but the money went missing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Bigger Rose.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, before I left Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, we went for ground checking. When we were in Teso, it was barely tears. People were weeping. Whatever is compensated is a quarter. But you hear billions on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, we have had so many rebel groups in West Nile. Leave that alone. When Konyi was causing a lot of insurgency, West Nile people were burnt in lorries, buses, mention them. Businessmen lost trucks of things. Some died because of loans they were being demanded. I remember a family of Drabo. Their wife could not bear the pain of banks torturing her left, right, and center. She passed on. Committee of Government Assurance went to West Nile. They were spitting fire. I just saw parliamentary bus. I joined the meeting. We are being accused at every funeral, at every function. We members of parliament from West Nile. I think Attorney General and the team are doing this deliberately. Right Honorable Speaker, we talked here about tobacco compensation. I can tell you they said the money is ready. This money is now meandering. They are planning a clandestine movement on this money because they don't want to involve us. You want to work alone as if you are the one voted by the people. What is...
Thank you. We appropriated that money, okay, for tobacco. No, you will answer to once, okay? Yes, Sonia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, according to the report from the Minister, it is like his focus as of now is within the 3 sub-regions. But Honorable Speaker, I would really think that government should come with a comprehensive program in such a way that all the communities that are to be considered for compensations are brought to book. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, I come from a region, Sabay sub-region. When the famous Lakwena was crossing to Kenya, he passed through Sabay sub-region and caused a lot of mayhem.
Rakwena was not famous, infamous maybe.
Okay, take it, but famous, known for doing destruction. Known for doing destruction. And Right Honorable Speaker, some people took advantage of that. Some of our neighbors took advantage of that and started raiding Sabay sub-region and displaced our people. Our people are right now coming just. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to say who are them, but what we know, there are some raiders within Karamoja, not ever Karamoja, but some raiders in Karamoja and Pokot disturbed us, and as we talk, Right Honorable Speaker, the rate of poverty in Sabay sub-region is attributed to that. So we would pray, Right Honorable Speaker, that government gives Sabay sub-region some affirmative action and all the same give them compensate the affected people for their properties. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mede, Honorable Siraji.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Especially the Greater Palisa, the raids were mostly attributed to the insurgency in Teso, the raiding. People lost property, lost lives. My own home was also raided. And I can attest that life has never been the same in that place. That was the beginning of poverty. My question is, Honorable Minister, what do we tell the Bakedi? Secondly, the dissemination of information during verification is always poor. When you send a circular to the local government, it is at their discretion. It hardly trickles down to the people who actually were affected. And many people were left out. In the future, I implore you, let this information be in the print, in the media, to tell people about the verification exercise. Lastly, as of recent, there were people extorting money from the community Some people have lost as much as 500,000, claiming to be working on behalf of the Teso War Claimants Association. What do you know about this group? Can it be regulated so that they stop extorting money from the community? Thank you.
Thank you. Siraji.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when you take this issue of compensation, West Nile has been the sub-region which has been highly marginalized. When you take from 80, that was the time when the Westerners were in the booth supporting NRM government in order to come to power. And sincerely, they did their work. That's why they are in Uganda now. So, when you take, as far as their property, their houses, their cattle were concerned, they lost a lot. And there were some insurgencies, like the West Nile Bank Front, NRF2, UNRF2, and the Lord Resistance Army. All these ones tantamounted to West Nile losing a lot of asset. And yet none of these things that the West Nilers have lost have been compensated. And when compensation is mentioned like this, they have not been considered. From the effect of today, we really want to know where the West Nilers have been put in terms of compensation. If they are not to be compensated, the government should come categorically clear that you people of West Nile, you have nowhere to be compensated in terms of the property that you have lost, as far as these wars are concerned. So we need our right as...
Thank you. His time had already ended. But I'll give you time, Honorable Mapinduzi, don't mind, okay? Yes. Honorable colleagues, I requested the clerk to verify for me information, contradicting information we got from the different members of parliament from Nakaseke, whereby Honorable Tamaguzi said for over 10 years the ambulance was not delivered. Honorable Sarah Najuma saying it was delivered for Semuto Health Center. And I said, I'm going to request the clerk to verify for me so that we can have a clear record here. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for two MPs to give contradicting information. The ambulance for Semuto Health clerk has verified and given me the information. And this information is from the cow, Miss Sarah Nakarunji, the cow of Nakaseke. The ambulance for Semuto Health Center 4 was delivered on 8th May 2018 by Madame Rusena Chobe on behalf of His Excellency the President of Uganda, and it was received by Dr. Richard Bernard Kaketo, the in charge of the Health Center. Its registration number is UBD 149H. Now, on 3rd of December 2024, the ambulance was involved in an accident. It is currently undergoing assessment of the damage, and the district will approach Ministry of Health for assistance with repairs once the assessment of the damages is completed. So what is very critical is the ambulance. The ambulance was delivered. Yeah. And I think the rope knew that it was delivered because he said it was in a garage at that time. The rope said it was in a garage. Now, if it wasn't delivered, how would it be in a garage? So, yes, but you can see the concern of Honorable Tamaguzi is they need services. So if they could expedite the process of repair. I don't know, 2024? Oh, it's a month. Okay. The way government works, the speed. But for the record, the ambulance was delivered. And so I hereby direct you expunge the claim of Honorable Tamaguzi that the ambulance was not delivered. Yes, I had picked Honorable Chirumira Hassan, then Honorable Nachmoy.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This issue of compensation is a sensitive one, especially for people in Luero Triangle. Right Honorable Speaker, we all agree that everyone affected by the bush wars and insurgencies should be compensated. But before the insurgencies in the north, in the 1980s, the people of Luero were badly affected by the bush war, a war that brought this government into power. And since then, our people have been always going to offices after offices, being promised compensation after compensation, and up to now, nothing has materialized. This very government promised to turn Luero into Mecca, seemingly in terms of infrastructure development, good hospitals, and roads. But as we speak now, the roads in Luero are in a status you cannot imagine. Our hospitals do not have medications. Our schools are in very bad shape. And day after day, our people are suffering and waiting for the compensation from the government in terms of turning Luero as the maker of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, the poverty that is affecting the people of Luero right now is as a result of things that were lost during the bush war. Many people's businesses were destroyed. People that had cars, buses were burnt. Animals were taken into the bush to feed the people who were in the bush. And after the bush war, the government promised to compensate the people of Luero. Right Honorable Speaker, as we are talking about this general compensation across the country, we need to prioritize the people who were affected initially. I would much appreciate the government compensating the people of the north. But how will the people of Luero hear that the people of the north have been compensated, and yet them who suffered mostly for this government to come into power, there's no compensation coming through? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Christine.
Right Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, the report should also be beefed with the compensation that we want. Right Honorable Speaker, in these wars, we suffer with the loss of life and the effects to the generation. And this effect to the generation affects education, affects the ownership to property like land, affects the health, and affects the entire welfare of our people. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the 10-point program that brought NRM into power, item number 6, because for us who come from Luero Triangle, have all the way been waiting for this to happen. They committed that they would restore and improve social services and rehabilitate war-ravaged areas. Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, we are not even in the list as Luero people. The minister, in her response to our people, especially those who have camped in Ruamata, she told them to utilize the ongoing government programs like the PDM. If we are not included in this list, Right Honorable Speaker, let's go by the number 6 of the 10-point program. Let's see the compensation in terms of, for example, state house bursaries. Can we see people from these war-ravaged areas benefiting more? Can we see more more populations of these people getting, benefiting from PDM? Can we receive tarmacked roads? Because the compensation we are talking about to cows, houses, but the life that led to our uncles, aunties, and fathers and not to go to school, fail to get form employment, us living in funny ways. How are you going to compensate all that to Ugandans? Let's just streamline this compensation in this line of the 10-point program. Let's build the tarmac roads. Let's provide agricultural inputs to some of these areas at a cheaper cost. Let's set prices for what we have managed to specialize in, like maize. Can we, for example, say war-ravaged areas, maize price, a kilogram will cost 1,500, because we shall not be able to compensate everybody. If us who brought this government you are demanding are still demanding, what are you saying?
Thank you. Honorable Beta Wall, Okello, Aumakeni.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the genesis of compensation, or can I say, in the 8th Parliament, was actually war death claimant going to court, and they say this should be settled out of court. I brought the file here in Parliament myself, in the 8th Parliament. And then the Langis came in after us, and the Teso. That is why the 3 sub-regions are taken. And the epicenter of the war was really actually sub-region. You could see with the internally displaced people's camps, a lot of our people died without seeing this compensation. Just last week I was in Gulu, some elderly people came to me with the tears. You find that somebody with the 30 heads of cattle is cut to 10, 20 is taken away. Why do you cut when they were supposed to be even added more? All these people are going to die before the compensation. And yet in the 8th Parliament, we accepted that the compensation was going to be there. You decided to take this to Viso, Piso, Diso, is it Giso? Why do we take that structure when we know that that structure is specifically for NRM and they are very corrupt? At least some other people even accepted to give testimonies of being asked for money for these yellow cards. Why don't we involve also the people who took government to court? You just brush them away. They actually were debt claimant. That is for actually sub-region. I don't want to be selfish that we should not expand this to other areas. We can expand. But we should even expand beyond livestock. Because it was not only livestock that people lost during the war. Actually, sub-region is very, very poor because of losing the livestock. We used to use it as for cultivation. Now all the land has gone because the land is left fallow, left free, since we lost the animals which was used for, is it animal traction for farming. Actually used to be food basket for the country. And no more, it's no more, but it is poverty. And people are buying of land. Of course, a poor person, if we don't put in something to protect them, they will just give away the land and then remain completely in abject poverty. Really, we need to be a little bit considerate because people are dying out of frustration.
Thank you. Honorable Okero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter of compensation, unfortunately, is smaller than what it is supposed to be. We are talking about war loss. But this particular matter is about just the cows, not the whole thing. We are just talking about cows. And the rest of the country, especially the former conflict areas, deserve war loss compensation, which is much bigger than this one. Mr. Speaker, the way our debate is running, we are going to conclude without a comprehensive structural way of compensation. And if we don't do anything by this example, the rest of the country will be looking for a cry, not compensation. I can assure you, and from the case of Nuoya, the mathematics is very clear. That on the books, it will be reading 2 billion has been paid. But in Nuoya, it is reading 177 million shillings paid. And that is the reality of the matter. The rest of the 2 billion is just stolen, Honorable Attorney General. If you pick from the report of the committee found on the ground that 177 million only had been paid to Nuoya. Now, your record is telling us 2.2 billion, 2.287 billion. Kindly find out this money the thieves have stolen. While we are here, members of parliament are wondering why Acholi is favored. In Acholi, we are just crying. We are not compensated, Right Honorable Speaker. And this is important. Lastly, can we get an end to this drama, Honorable Attorney General? Can you state clearly that we are going to end this business in 2 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, so that people can face something else? I thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Gary, you said that we might end up not addressing the real problem comprehensively and all that. But you see, the committee report, which is before you, recommended for a comprehensive policy. Okay? They recommended for a comprehensive policy framework, streamline compensation. If you achieve all those you're talking about, you need that. So it will be up to you to vote for it or not.
Right Honorable, I agree with you. But we should spend more time on doing that work.
But it's not our work. That's the work of the executive. Okay? Yes, Honorable Kenauma, then Honorable Mero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Northern Uganda has been ravaged with the war for over 20 years. It is a mandate of the government to fulfill its promise. Government of Uganda promised to compensate the people of Northern Uganda, especially the people who have been ravaged with the war for over 20 years. In his statement, he stated that about 139.4 billion have been released to compensate the people who have been affected. If I may ask myself, who are these people being compensated? Because in Lango sub-region, there are people who have lost about 300 to 500 heads of cattle. But what has been compensated, somebody is getting like 1 or 2 cows only. Is that really compensation? Is that being fair to our people? Is this government really ready to compensate our people after suffering for over 20 years? And the level of poverty in Lango, Acholi, and Teso, and West Nile is alarming. So we need clarification on that. And then too, we had the issue of data card that were issued. The data card that were issued are being paid for. The RDCs, the DSOs, the GISOs are getting money from the beneficiary to get this data card. So I really want some clarification on that, because if you're being compensated and the compensation that you're being given is not even enough, again, they're even extorting the little money that our people have. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mero.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the report that he has given. However, I just wanted to seek clarification whether government does enough research on what they are about to implement before they do it. Right Honorable Speaker, as everybody is yearning for compensation to take place, Right, Honorable Speaker, the process is not being handled the right way. First of all, when we saw people registering to be compensated, even those who were not born were registering. And that is a problem. It's a very big problem because the numbers increase and yet they had nothing. Right, Honorable Speaker, apart from that, the money that people have spent in this registration, people keep moving up and down. However, I just wanted to seek clarification. What is the use of these ministries, the affirmative ministries, especially the one we have in northern Uganda, Teso, and other areas? Because when such things come which necessitate a lot of money, the center tags and holds onto that. The Ministry of Teso Affairs would have taken lead in this and money be allocated to the Ministry of Teso Affairs. It was all withdrawn and brought back to the center. If there are no ill intentions, why would it be from the center here, the Attorney General's office? We have a resident minister, Minister for Teso Affairs, who should have handled, who should have led in the verification exercises and confirmed to them, and the money be released and they know who they are paying, other than just sending people from Kampala here who go and make allowances in the hotels and come back and do nothing. Right, Honorable Speaker, even when they talked about compensation, how do you give someone who has spent over 30 years when they have lost property, one cow? Couldn't they work out a formula where they could just look at every family now in the area and give something, then they start from there, other than deceiving us that they are compensating? We are tired of this.
Thank you.
And it is a way of stealing money.
Thank you. Honorable Ngesto, Honorable Sorubura, Honorable Karanga.
Thank you once more, Right Honorable Speaker. For the records, it was me in Gulu who stopped the Attorney General from continuing with the report because West Nile and Karamoja had not been included.
Honorable, it was the speaker, not you. You don't have that
okay.
power.
When
you made the request.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm still continuing with my point about West Nile. And I want to bring in a unique case for the people of Pakwach, for the Jonam people. The other cases have been presented for West Nile very well. I want to thank my colleagues. But for the Jonam people, you know, most of our land is actually in Mwea district and also Amoro district. So every time that the government would have an operation against Lakwena, they would tell our people, first leave, we are doing an operation. And people will go to the other side of West Nile. And now what happened, which I'm saying is unique, is that as people moved the other side and the government continued with their operation, the land which is left, there would be some individuals who would be eyeing that land. And as we speak today, the Jonam people have been chased away from their land, and people are suffering because some individual from the operations against the rebels, from the operations, people took advantage, sold the land, and decided to grab the land from the Jonam people. I know that the issues are in court. We may not go far, but government needs to look at it. I am bringing it because it is also an aspect of compensation. If our people had not been moved because of the operations of the LRA, probably their land would not have been grabbed away. We have lost boats, we have lost canoes, we have lost fishing nets out of that. So I think we need to do a little more as a government. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Serubura.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I tasked the Attorney General himself to travel to those areas and address those people. Because as they were traveling there, his officials couldn't even continue to Gulu.
Oh, you're a member of the committee?
I just heard the Right Honorable Speaker.
Sorry?
So, Right Honorable Speaker.
Are you a member of the committee? Honorable Karanga?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my concerns are very few. From that report,
colleagues, I encourage you, if you're a member of the committee, you report yourself the way you did.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my concerns are very few. One, I wanted to understand whether it's possible for the Attorney General to get us a comparative advantage such that we can compare which group, which region has benefited more in these compensations. Secondly, is it possible for you to help us also get us the percentage that has been covered? Because when you look at a general issue as it is, it won't give us the clarity behind it or what exactly we want to understand as members. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether it's possible to change the format of the compensation, because for us on ground, we just hear from whispers. They just whispers to you that ABCD got money, ABCD was picked and was taken to a certain bank, was given a certain amount of money. I don't know whether the Attorney General is aware of that. Can they change the format of the way they are doing it? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I understand there are a lot of complaints in the compensation side. But even when you look at northern Uganda and central region, we have a lot of challenges, even with the people that were given mandate. You remember what happened in the compensation over the cooperatives? All those issues were not settled, and we need to understand what went wrong. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Tom Singoma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when the NRA was withdrawing from Mubende 1985, after attacking Kabamba, it withdrew through the Kibale and the Hakomero districts of Bunyoro sub-region. But when I hear people talking about sub-compensation all the time, I don't hear Bunyoro sub-region being mentioned. And I wonder why. Because there was a bitter war in this sub-region in those years of 1985 when the NRA was withdrawing from Kabanda. From Kabanda. I think in Kabanda's constituents, Kasambia. You know. So we need to be considered, Right Honorable Speaker, and put on the list, Attorney General. We need to go on that list also, because our people suffered, we lost property, and it was really bad. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mukono.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is clarification from Attorney General as to whether compensation cuts across even some of us whose land was taken by the government and were supposed to be compensated. And we were instructed to use pass-through land commission for compensation, whereby land commission submitted to the Office of Attorney General, but then up to today, and it was confirmed and approved that we are going to be paid. But up to today, we have not seen any payments from Attorney General's office. So I'm requesting that, is it in your office that we are supposed to really get compensation from you? Is it part of this as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pascal Menya. Then Honorable Ranios.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of war death claimant has become our daily problem in Acholi sub-region. In Pade district, I thank the Attorney General for clarifying here that over 800 people are not yet compensated. And out of those who have been compensated, Right Honorable Speaker, they've just given them a little drop of payment, which does not still support them in any way. Right Honorable Speaker, people have been put into a lot of overthinking concerning this money. because they said they are being paid 1 million per head of cow. But out of the 1 million, you find that someone is having over 30 heads of cow. But out of the 30 heads of the cow, someone is only paid 1 million, or even less than 1 million. How are we going to help these people get all these millions of money that the government has promised? Right Honorable Speaker, Attorney General was very clear that government committed to pay 360 billion in a period of 4 financial years. As we speak, Right Honorable Speaker, we are almost ending the 4 financial year, left with a balance of 224 billion that government is still committing to pay. I wonder what magic we are going to do, or government is going to take, to ensure that this money which they've promised and committed to pay to the people is paid within the time that they've promised. Right Honorable Speaker, lastly, we've been given a lot of concerns in community whereby our people register for this claim, but when they release the names, many of the people find that their names are missing. I wonder how name gets missing from the list right from the ministry here. So maybe Attorney General clarify to us, how do people's name disappeared from the register? Because when they go for verification, they find when their names are missing. And then I want now clarification from
Linus.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. During the LRA war, very many individuals or communities from northern Uganda, Acholi region especially, and Lango plus Teso migrated to Chiriandongo district, especially in my constituency, Chibanda North, Karuma and Bioyali. Most of these communities or people lost their animals because they were displaced, and because of displacement, they migrated to Chiriandongo. Right Honorable Speaker, these people also lost their animals, the groups that settled in Chiriandongo. Unfortunately, the team from the Attorney General's office has never taken trouble visiting or interrogating these communities in Chibanda North. Through you, I implore the Attorney General's office to also send a team to Chiriandongo, especially areas of Karuma and Bioyali, to come and have an interface with these communities so that they can also listen to them. And in case there's an opportunity of compensating some other time, they should also be considered. Thank you. Yeah, man.
Honorable Mudimi, Honorable Chemaswet, Honorable Ababiku, Honorable Janet Abim.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also join colleagues to thank the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the issue of compensation started way back in 8th Parliament. And by then, Attorney General indicated that some areas, like Sebei and the Bugisu, should be included way back. But I've heard the Attorney General Deputy saying they are yet to prepare cabinet memo. After 20 years, Deputy Attorney General, does cabinet sit or is going to? Because that started some time back. This issue, some of us who are neighboring districts like Teso, the sub-region of Teso, once the Wananchi hears that funds have been given to those people, it becomes so difficult for us to explain. People say, "Bay here, even Bugisu here." We cannot, even we asked the president one time when he was, even recently when he was in Bugisu, he said the matter is going to be handled. But the Deputy Attorney General is talking about they are yet to prepare a cabinet memo. For the last 20 years, they are yet to present a cabinet memo. So we have to have a solution here to tell the people that for us, Eragon sub-region, we are waiting for a cabinet. That's the message you have to tell the people. Because we have been telling them, wait, the government is trying to come out. But up to now, we don't see anything. And we are moving toward these elections. One of our colleagues here mentioned it one time, he lost because of compensation. The time we went back for re-election, they asked him, you said you are going to lobby for compensation of our animals. Where are they? He's not here. So we have to have a structured message which we take to the people behind. That for us, much as the other sub-regions are being handled, for us we are waiting for a cabinet memo. I want the Deputy Attorney General to be clear, such that I tell my people, such that we end the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chemaswet.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, this is an emotive matter. Me, myself, I'm a victim of this. We suffered. We suffered because of cattle raiding. We suffered because of the activities of Lakwena. This is an emotive question. And our hearts are bleeding. Our people have really suffered. And now they are resettling. They are asking, when shall we be compensated by government? Not only on the question of cattle, but on the collapsed institutions of government, schools, health centers, roads, name them. We have suffered. In 1987, let me give you a story. In 1987, the government by that time said, we have now captured power and civilians should hand over the guns. You remember very well. And Honorable, I don't want interference. I said, this is an emotive question. Now, so government said, let people hand over guns in 1987. They handed over the guns. The government of Obote by that time had recruited militias among the civilians who were protecting their property. But when NRM came in, it said, we are now free of this. People handed over guns. The following day, raids occurred. Over 50 kraals were raided. Over 50. Over 50 kraals of over 200 cows in Sui. And the honorable members would take it as a joke. This is the truth. If you are to go to Serere right now, go to Bugiri, go to Soroti, go to Bukedea, those Sabines are there. Those who survived with their cows, on the way as they were moving, the cows were confiscated by the security forces again. And they were taken. Their names are appearing now in the compensation lists of TESO. But the names Che are not again compensated in TESO. This is where the problem is. Now, how do we really manage this situation? Attorney General, you say Sebei is not part of your mandate. Do you need a law for it? Do you need a law? We appreciate the fact that you have talked about the issues to do with Acholi. Yes, very right. They suffered. Actually, they suffered. Teso, they suffered. Equally, other sub-regions suffered. The way members have raised concerns. We are talking about equity in terms of distribution of resources in this country. If we have regional referral hospitals, then we would be happy. If we have leisure center force, we would be happy. If we have ambulances, we would be so happy. Because that is the process of compensation of resources and equity in this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Babiku.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I am concerned about lack of time period for compensating the victims. In my culture, when somebody dies, specific period of time is set to handle all matters in relation to that person, so that the affected members of the community will begin a new life. My own government, you have constantly reminded us on how we have lost our people. They got chopped, they got burned, we lost our properties. You have made us the leaders to keep mourning our people without specific period of time. Can you sit as cabinet, draw a schedule so that we shall stop mourning our people? Two, I am not happy about the criteria used by government, that those who went to court should be compensated. What about the poor who were really affected? They don't have even lawyers to represent them. They don't have the money to get the lawyers. But you decided to start with those who have and left out those who don't have. I am not happy. Is that our method of doing work? You acknowledge that people died, people lost properties, but you chose to use that method. Can we revisit that method? Even the people of Germany went to court. Where did you put our file? Honourable Speaker and colleagues, fairness and equity must be practiced. So my government, what are you doing in relation to this?
Thank you.
I also disagree with the position of equating service delivery to compensation. Somebody lost a dear one. Now we want to equate it to health services. We want to equate it to education services. Are we fair? Let us separate the two things. Minus even the compensation, we are supposed to get these services. Let us go down and sieve out the true people who suffered because of these wars.
Thank you. Now, I think what Honorable Charles had raised, Ari, in terms of the figures, okay? The figures from the Attorney General, then the figures on the ground, which the commit found, and also the issue of those who went to court. Because some colleagues have talked to me that most of the money even went to the lawyers. In fact, for those who went to court, they might be even in more trouble because they were desperate. Most of them were desperate. They were just made to sign. You don't know whether you will ever get anything. You say, I can sign 50, 60%. It's better than nothing. So you might find those who didn't go to court have even a better opportunity of getting at least something which is... so Attorney General, we really want to also, as you're answering, the issue of the costs, of the legal costs. Are the people getting the actual amount, or we are here fighting for lawyers to get huge sums? of money. I think it is something we should also look at. I had allowed Honorable Kormoy, then Honorable Merisa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I also want to thank the committee for the good report that they produced, and also the Attorney General for his response. I was a bit disappointed when the Attorney General mentioned that currently they are still compensating only the 3 sub-regions of Acholi, Lango, and Teso. Right Honorable Speaker, Karamoja equally suffered. But it is suffered in different ways. Yes, wait. The type of compensation, if Cabinet is going to agree on, is not uniform for Karamoja. Because for the rest of the districts of Karamoja, animals were lost when they were in government custody. But for the case of Abim, just like Acholi, Lango, and Teso, they suffered the same fate. So the compensation for a district like Abim should be the type of Acholi. Because Kony also attacked Abim. Actually, that was the district that was attacked by Kony. They wanted medical supplies from Morolem Health Center 3. And they got it. And they came when they were too tough. We lost animals, many homes were burnt, and they had a very tough lady commander by the names of Aol, Major Aol, not related to the Aol we are seeing here. So, Honorable Attorney General, when you are making arrangements to make compensation, I agree with the report of the committee that it should be comprehensive and there should be fairness. And I want you also to use the weaknesses that has already been pointed out by colleagues to make things better for the compensation arrangements that is going to be done. Otherwise, you need to expedite the process, because recently when the president visited Abim, the first thing that he was asked was compensation. Compensation of those who lost their animals. And all of us lost. When you see the settlement in Abim, they don't like staying like that. But it was due to insurgency. There was a time the district was reduced to Abim Hospital.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Chemaswet, you made a very emotional submission. But I just wanted to cross-check one thing with you, which I had noted here for clarification purposes, so that our answer can be very clear. You know, it's used for research and all that. You said 200 cows in 50 kraals. Okay? So that would mean each kraal had 4 cows. So I just wanted to know whether that's what you meant, or whether you meant that each kraal had 200 cows. So that our answer.
I said, Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for that. Over 50 kraals were raided, each having an average of 200 heads of cattle.
Thank you. Because what you had said is different. That's why I wanted the record to be cleared. Hansard is going to clear it. Honorable Merisa, then Honorable Nzima.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to thank Honorable Attorney General for this important statement. Members, I appreciate the issue of regional balance, and the Honorable Attorney General has clarified to the House into detail the number of war claimants and those who really qualified to be compensated, and he has gone ahead to give us the figures. Attorney General, I have clarification to seek. I'll want to know what method or criteria or mode of operation government is using to select the few who have benefited from this compensation. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to refer to the list of Ugandan traders whose name were presented here on this floor of Parliament in 2013. In 2023, and out of the 23 qualified, verified traders who were supposed to be compensated, only few, if not more than 3, have been compensated. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a contentious issue in the communities. I am speaking as a member of Parliament and at the same time as a deputy director of a company that was verified to be compensated, as the company also lost properties in South Sudan. This is equal to this compensation. Right Honorable Speaker, I was actually coming to your office to seek for help on how families can be helped, because people have lost directives. They don't know who to go to. And like a member said, they now resort coming to members of Parliament. And sometimes we also get defeated on how to approach the issue. I therefore implore our Honorable Anton General to give people clear directives on how to proceed with the follow-up, or else a meeting can be caused for all the beneficiaries or people who are supposed to be compensated, so that information can flow equally and uniformly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, for correction of the record, okay? We never passed a list here for compensation. Just for correction of the record. These were people who supplied in South Sudan, were demanding their money, okay? And the government of Uganda agreed with the government of South Sudan that it is going to loan it money, pay, and then government of South Sudan will pay back to government of Uganda. So it wasn't compensation. That's why there was verification of your supplies, and government of South Sudan had to approve that indeed you supplied them and you're demanding money. That's number one. And I agree with you, because we agreed with the minister here for finance that we should expedite the process of the 23 whom we looked into, so that the process which was now remaining was verification by government of South Sudan, because here we had done the job. Now, His Excellency the President asked me to go to South Sudan, and I went with Honorable Matiaka Saija, and we met with the Minister of Finance and the Speaker of South Sudan. That's last year. And in that meeting, we agreed that a joint verification team for final verification is going to be done. The verification committee. Up to now, it's not in place. And there is no way now government of Uganda can come and say we pay when government of South Sudan has not confirmed the number. That's number one. But number two, issued a sovereign guarantee to government of Uganda that this is a sovereign debt to you, we shall repay it, even if it takes how many years. So the Minister of Finance needs to come here and explain to us why have they failed to put in place a joint verification committee with the government of South Sudan to help these people, because they are dying. We've lost property. There are also some who supplied that need to be verified, who are not part of the 23. Okay? So, Minister of Finance, on Wednesday next week, I should come and update the House on the same. Yes, Honorable Nzima, then Honorable Mjungu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report. And I have stood up to back the position of the committee that government needs to come up with a comprehensive report, compensation policy. Because now when you look at the manner in which government is operating, just as the Honorable Mudime had noticed, that others have been compensated because they went to court. And then the statement from the Attorney General is that there are those who are supposed to wait for cabinet memo. So what about others? If we are talking about loss of property, Mr. Speaker, to war, West Nile suffered the most. Actually, in 1980, during the Liberation War, when they were chasing Idi Amin, the whole of West Nile was razed to dust. People ran to South Sudan, others ran to Congo. That is 79, but the actual war was around 1980. Now, in 1990s, when people started coming back, that's when West Nile Bank Front was also formed. People were raided. I wish General Katumba Wamala was here. If we are talking about loss of cows, people lost a lot of cows. There was a situation where the rebels had looted a lot of cows, gathered in a place called the Nyori Cheku. They were celebrating. By then, General Katumba Wamala was then a colonel, and he was overseeing the operations. A number of them were killed. So a lot of cows were lost. People have just talked about here loss of property. Indeed, during Konyi War, whereas we had West Nile Bank Front at home in West Nile, there was also the distance from Pakwach to Karuma was a death trap. When you are from Kampala, it is until you cross Pakwach that you will say, thank you, God. When you are coming from West Nile, it's until you reach Karuma. That's when you will say, thank you what? Thank you, God. People lost a lot of property. Mr. Speaker, you were here in the 10th Parliament. A list of people who lost lorries, buses, including the Nile coach buses and others were presented here. Government had government had accepted to compensate all these people. But along the way, this has been swept under the what? Under the carpet. We're talking about Acholi, Lango, and Teso, which is okay. I think as a government, we should have minimum service delivery standards set, such that when we are offering services, we should bring everybody on board. People have talked about tobacco here. In the 10th Parliament, when they were talking about compensation of tobacco people, because all the West Nilers who were tobacco farmers and people in Bunyoro lost their tobacco to Mastermind. The compensation had taken root for the two groups of people. But when it came to compensation, Bunyoro was considered the people of West Nile were abandoned. We are still struggling. Though as right now we are saying the money is there. So as a government, I think we should set standard of service delivery. There are very many cases here when items are distributed, but when you go on ground and look at where these items have gone, most of them end up in the constituency of ministers, not members of parliament. So, for me, my advice, not advice really, I've stood to support the position of the committee that when it comes to service delivery, we should have minimum services standards. That must.
Thank you, Honorable Mujongo. Then Honorable Sharon Barimoy.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Speaker, sir, when you listen to the talk, what punctuates this conversation is a war story. It is war, war, and war. I also note, Right Honorable Speaker, that the committee has called for a comprehensive policy. And I want to submit in the respect of war and the policy. Right Honorable Speaker, most of the speakers have talked for the regions. One would be tempted to think that this is a tribal talk. One, I'm saying tempted, but I'm not submitting the tribal talk, Mr. Speaker. I now want to speak for the Rwenzori region. Right Honourable Speaker, Toro region, what used to be Toro Kingdom at independence, suffered a civil war 1962, viciously up to 66. And this war lingered on until 1982, when the main player, who's now the king of the Zulu kingdom, came out of the bush. But behind this story, a lot of destruction had been realized. People had been extracted from their homes. People had lost their homes. Properties lost. Many of us spend our infancy age in the bush because of that civil war. Many of the Konzo community, Right Honourable Speaker, you see in Uganda, are a result of that civil war. Right Honourable Speaker, 1996, there was an outbreak of ADF. The story is long. ADF came on the footsteps of Nalu. And Right Honourable Speaker, you have also heard of other wars. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the speakers that we need a comprehensive policy. But Mr. Speaker, I realize that maybe the Attorney General has not made good research. This government in 2009 passed the National Transitional Justice Policy. This policy offers a glimmer of hope to the victims of both the past and recent conflicts in the quest for justice. Right Honourable Speaker, this policy focuses on 5 areas, and these are formal justice, transitional justice, nation building, reconciliation, amnesty, and reparations. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to think that the issue of compensation falls under reparations. And I want to recommend, Right Honourable Speaker, that the Attorney General should go back, build on this policy, produce a comprehensive policy. We in the financial world, we talk of a cutoff. When we talk of compensation, where do we start from? I submit that we go at independence to date, so that we stop this back and forward push of saying my region, and then that policy would guide discussion and compensation processes in this country. Right Honourable Speaker, I submit.
Thank you, Honourable Balemoy.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, when we talk about the issue of compensation, every time I think about it and we talk about it, my heart bleeds. I want to speak for the whole nation, but in particular, let me speak for Acholi sub-region, because we are the ones who suffered most during the LRA war. Right Honourable Speaker, government was taken to court. Government accepted out-of-court settlement. But the government is not walking the talk. Right Honourable Speaker, we are closing to electioneering period, and our electorates already started asking questions. Compensation has been done. I want to appreciate the government for that, but it's not being done in the right way or in phases that it ought to be done. Government accepted 1 million shilling for each cow as a compensation for 1 million shilling for each cattle. But, Right Honourable Speaker, to my disappointment, people are getting 300,000, 500,000, 200,000. That is kilos of meat, if I may use that word. And my people are crying and saying, is the government trying to undermine them or what? Right Honorable Speaker, Attorney General should please rise to this House and clarify on that. For those who have already got fraction of a cow, I call it a fraction of a cow because in kilos, is the remaining balance of 1 million shilling that should tantamount to a cow going to be paid? And secondly, for how long are we going to keep waiting? I would say I know every part of this nation has its compensation that they're claiming from the government, but let us handle case by case. Acholi region suffered so much, followed by Lango and Teso. Right Honorable Speaker, when electioneering time comes, Attorney General's office goes to the ground and start telling people, we are going to pay you, please check your names, activate your accounts. People do all that. But at the end of the day, nothing comes. Before you know, they will tell the claimants that money entered into your account, but it bounced back because the account was not active. There are so many stories. As a leader, I almost don't have what to say to my people. Through you, Right Honorable Speaker, may the Attorney General please clarify on this today, so that when I go back home, or when I get a phone call, as I often get, have a permanent answer to this, because we are not going.
Thank you, Honorable Za, Honorable Rinda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, if we may recall, in the year 2014, 20 members of parliament had visited the border points between Sudan and Uganda, where 9 members of parliament were arrested and detained because they had gone on a fact-finding mission where there was an issue of border conflict, where there was issue of boundary conflict, and where people were displaced, people were fighting, quarreling, and so on and so forth. And the issue resulted into raiding of cattle, displacement of people in places like Lefori sub-county, Meto sub-county, as well as Moyo sub-county. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, there was also another cattle raid from people from Sudan who came and grabbed over 1,000 cows from a place called Padiga, that is in Meto sub-county, where even a whole general, that is General Muhozi, but not that he was the CDF, who had gone to go and check on what had happened. In fact, he confirmed that really, truly, cows were raided from that place, and promises were made. Promises were made to the effect that there will be compensation. And up to now, the people in Padiga have not been compensated. So if you consider the issue related to cattle raids in the Moyo sub-county, Meto sub-county, and as well as Lefori sub-county, really there's need for compensation of the people because that's the livelihood of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Linda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to add on what Honorable Mujungu has just said about Rwenzori sub-region, which was also greatly affected by the ADF war. In 2023, I raised the issue of the Kichwamba students who were burnt to ashes, and up to now, there is no ray of hope that the parents will ever be given anything in compensation to the death of their students. Much as we appreciate government has tried to rebuild the technical institute, but the student who got burnt, the student who were hurt, up to today, they've never been compensated. My prayer is to the Attorney General, because some of the students who are affected also come from your constituency. Please, when you're trying to verify and getting a list of people to be supported, and please let Rwenzori region also be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Taringaya. Honorable Kamatenet.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to build on Honorable Mujungu's submission. Earlier, Honorable Fox Odoi had talked of policy, and Honorable Mujungu has brought it out, the 2009 policy. And then he has also raised the issue of cutoff. In 1979, Mbarara town, now Mbarara city, was razed to the ground. Masaka, which is Masaka city now. Mr. Speaker, I beg for your protection. Masaka city was razed to the ground. So was Mbarara city. During the war of 1979, the Western Axis, led by His Excellency General William Museveni, the Western Axis, and then the Axis through Mutukura, led by General Oito Jok. Sabasaba raised down those two towns. When you go to, because Kasese was not being talked about as people who suffered, the good thing has now been brought out very well by Honorable Mujungu. In 1979, West Nile suffered during the liberation. Then in 1980, during the general elections, West Nile was invaded by government forces and the people were chased to Congo. All the MPs of UPC came and opposed because there were no people to vote. And the West Nile area was raised. So when we talk about cut-off points, let us go to independence and then verify what level of damage was done in each area. Even in Kampala here, some of the buildings were flattened. So, and those people have not been talked about. So I beg that the Attorney General goes back, we have a cut-off point, and then we see who lost what during these various wars since independence.
Thank you, Honorable Kamateneti.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank the Minister for the report, and mine is a clarification which is very specific. The Attorney General knows very well, 3 years back, he got a list of people who were recommended by the President to be compensated. There were 20 people. Only one person was compensated. These are Muslims who lost their properties and cows during 1979 war. Last year, we got a report from his office. People were invited to Kampala. They made all necessary arrangements. Verification was done, and a report was submitted to the Prime Minister's office for those people to be compensated. Most of those people have died. And even those who died, they were requested to submit lists of estate administrators. Accounts were submitted, everything was done. But up to now, they have never got any communication. When you see this report, he says he's talking about the regions he has mentioned. Should we tell these people they are not going to be compensated? What should we tell them? We need clarification from office. Communication is so important. When we go back, they ask us. They think we are not following up. Attorney General, please, I've been asking you so many times. I've visited the Prime Minister's office so many times. I really request you to give us clear communication. If possible, put it in writing because you know the people you've been dealing with. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, I knew I would pick all of you, but it seems if I'm to do that, we shall sleep here. Honorable Kwizera, Honorable Kazibet, Honorable Pendi. Let me try to pick each one of you.
Right, Honorable.
Let's try to use a few minutes so that
colleagues, there are some words that must be clarified by the Attorney General, because when you are talking about compensation, the Attorney General should be talking about compensation or payment of ex gratia, because compensation, is it on validation or in kind? Because the Attorney General knows that there are a number of cases that several farms put in court, and he knows that they are paying some people, not even for the value, not even outside the ex gratia, but even outside the court directives. While I support the establishment of a policy, it will have descriptions and qualifications of who is supposed to be compensated. Failure to have a policy that is descriptive means it will be abused and it will yield and border on corruption. An example is that if you are driving on a bad road and you hit a pothole and you die, should they claim? Compensation out of war, you need to make reference to what law are you referring to. Because with us, we were affected by Rwanda War of 1994. And when we put a claim, the claim did not come to individual members. The European Union, together with government, did it in kind. That's how we got Chisoro Airport. So government can compensate in kind.
Do you have an airport?
We have an airport here, Right Honorable.
Is it an airport?
It is an airport, yes. It is an airport. It is an airport. We get 6 flights every day.
That's Honorable, for the record, Kisoro, you have an aero, I think.
I will prove that it is an airport. So what I'm trying to say is that, Attorney General, can we compensate people even who are fighting for independence, who are fighting for liberation? We must have a cutoff point. So the earlier you bring the policy, the better. I would suggest that no compensations should be made until the policy is in place. And secondly, the Attorney General should update this House of how many cases that were in court or in court and what directions were given to the Attorney General. Because I was a member of 9th Parliament and it was an audit query. The government cabinet established a validation committee and the ministry was represented, the civil society was represented, and the Attorney General was represented at the Ministry of Finance. That matter was handled. It is on the records of Parliament. I can produce a report of Public Accounts Committee where people were compensated on value. But when we are here, we seem as if nothing happened. So we need that policy from government.
Thank you. Honorable Kasbat.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the committee for the report. And in specific terms, I want to agree that we need a comprehensive compensation policy because, Right Honorable Speaker, probably that way we shall address all areas. I come from Kamwenge, and Mr. Speaker, in Kamwenge we've been attacked by ADF twice in the year 1996, and most recently we did not celebrate Christmas of 2003 because our people were killed, our animals were raided, our property was destroyed. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we didn't even have a single government official coming to comfort the people of Kamwenge. So that is why I am in total support of this comprehensive policy. Probably when it is in place, we shall all know where to run to. And the Right Honorable Speaker, I've seen conflicting figures in the committee report and also in the minister's report. I do not know as a House how we are going to harmonize these figures because we do not know whether it is the committee position that is right or the minister's position that is right. A lot of these monies people take advantage to siphon this money. Right Honorable Speaker, when we lost 10 people in Kamwenge under ADF attack, the President directed that each affected family gets compensated with 5 million shillings. Some families up to now have never received that money. So I think we need really to be serious, come up with a comprehensive policy so that we all know where to run to when these issues happen. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Saro Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, to appreciate you for giving time to this subject. And that shows the importance that you equal attach to this subject matter. Right Honorable Speaker, we are discussing a subject that arose out of our own actions. And let us now see how expensive war is. When you have war, people will die, some people will lose their properties, infrastructure will be destroyed, and at the end of the day, some people will never be the same. This is why, Right Honorable Speaker, we must, as this parliament, as people's representative, really discuss the issue of transition. Because at some point, we shall have another leader in this country. We cannot shy away from that subject, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this issue of compensation, in 2013, His Excellency the President directed me. He had received a list of people from my own district. And Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform the House that we have a challenge, because I moved to all the areas where Alice Lakwena, who was leading her team, actually passed. And during the verification process, the people who were affected themselves would tell you, this one is a young person. He was not there at that time. So at the end of the day, you can clearly see that we have genuine people who lost their property, people who lost their lives, people who lost animals. But we have people who have been added, and these are the people who are making the entire thing very expensive. This is where the challenge is, because we were able to reduce the number of people. Even sub-counties where Alice Lakwena did not reach were included, including my people from my village. And yet I don't remember Alice Lakwena actually coming to my village. So it is a challenge. Let us sympathize with the Attorney General. And I'm saying this because, Right Honorable Speaker, there was a cabinet subcommittee of 5 members of a cabinet, and I happened to be among the 5. And what came through in studying what was going on, after the court ruling, there were about over 200 claimants on that list. Attorney General, on going to the ground to verify, if I can remember the figures, it was about 92,000 who were genuine claimants. So, Right Honorable Speaker, while we talk about this matter, we must also be aware that some people, some of them politicians, have taken advantage of this exercise, and it is now a project. It's actually an open pit where now people feel anybody can get the money. And we had almost, I don't know what happened to this decision, Right Honorable Speaker, because the last meeting over this matter was held in 2021. I remember, I left cabinet then. Let's have it's more of ex gratia, because what we are compensating even now is based on what somebody is saying, but not what, it may be the truth or not the truth. So we had said, let's have a flat figure and give everyone a flat figure. If it is 2 million, if it is 3 million, then let it be so.
Thank you. Honorable Itungo, Honorable Angura. Angura. Then Phyllis.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you for giving opportunity to almost all the members here to say something about compensation and war-related aspects. I want to thank the Attorney General and the committee for the report. When this matter came up in Igulu, you will recall that many of us, whereas Honorable Sarah has said that in her district, where I also come from in Tororo, not all families were affected by Lakwena. I think we are not talking about Lakwena alone. For me, who represents a border constituency, yes, for me who represents a border constituency, which became a corridor of movement to those who were fleeing to Kenya, and also those who settled in the nearby district of Kenya to Uganda, were benefiting from raiding in Uganda for purposes of surviving the other side, because they could not raid the Kenyans. So they kept raiding on this side. So I have moved to the Attorney General's office several times. He's aware. I have presented there lists of those along the borderline, for Sobote back and so on, and many other groups. All these people were just living. If Honorable Chweru was to be here. He has time and again, whenever he's in Tororo, talked about their movement, the coordination, the areas that that were affected, the areas that lost, that benefited them. He has always been very frank. He has been very frank, and he has enumerated this. People have listened attentively and kept even saying, even in mine, I remember, I think it was your group that took the animals and many other things. So I want to thank my colleagues who've raised the position of a comprehensive policy that should take care of all of us. Time and again, when people hear that now compensation has started in Igulu, has started in Lango and Teso, they ask. Some of these people who are being compensated that side were among those who were also benefiting from our side. So let's look at how we can take care of all these areas. And now it.
Thank you. Honorable Phyllis.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank the committee and the Attorney General for these reports. And I want to thank everybody who has reacted to this report. For us in Sebei sub-region, we have suffered for so many, very many years. In fact, when you look at the years which we have suffered, it is more than 100 years. Yes, that is true. It is very true. Here, we have suffered cattle rustling from Pokot and from Karamoja. And this is dated back to early 1920s. Early 1920s. So this fight has been on. At first, we were fighting using arrows and spears. But in early 70s, the issue of the guns came in now. And this one now is what caused our people to run away from our region, escaping to the nearby country and nearby districts. That's why you hear of people in Teso, in Busoga, and in Kenya. Most of our people are still outside there. But we suffered a lot because this sub-region is a very small sub-region. So when you look at the raids which were there every day, it is like every homestead was affected. So when it comes to compensation, I really don't know that who will be compensated in this, because every homestead was affected. That is why some members have said a very comprehensive policy must be used to ensure that everybody is fairly treated. So to my district, I was saying, if we are given that money for compensation, we shall distribute it to all the homesteads so that everybody gets a cow or a cow, one. Yeah, because now that will be fair, because everybody has been affected. I want to report that even the cows that my husband drove to my home as dowry was taken away that same night. That same night, they were all driven away. My mother did not see them. Yes, all of them went. So it is like I was married for free. I'm married for free.
Thank you. Honorable Choma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Phyllis, I'll give a cow to your mother. At least she gets something. Yes. And I'll lobby for more for you. And we shall do it. We deliver for the old woman. I hope she's still alive. Very good. I will deliver a cow.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Tell your husband I've paid his debts. Honorable Choma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, especially for that ex gratia to Honorable Phyllis, but also for the opportunity to submit on the subject on the floor. I want to thank the Attorney General for the response and the committee for the report. Within the limits of what it is, I want to ask government as to why they did not roll over, because when the Attorney General was reading his response, for one financial year, while 50 billion was budgeted for, nothing was released. Why wouldn't it be rolled over in the subsequent financial year? Then another question to the Attorney General. I want to find out whether, when it came to compensation of the identified and verified claimants, you also used the pro rata basis, because you used it for districts. Did you use it also for the identified claimants? If yes, then how come some claimants did not get? Because if it is using pro rata basis, then everyone would get within the limits of what is available. And did you also apply it when it came to top up, as you said? Right, Honourable Speaker, compensation is touching. Senior Honourable Fox said it is actually what we are discussing is ex gratia. Then I support the committee that we need a comprehensive policy to that effect. If what has been identified by Honourable Mujung is not sufficient, then we need that comprehensive policy, right, Honourable Speaker, because then it would imply that the criteria would be very, very clear, would have the law, and if need be, would have the regulations, which would really simplify everything. Honourable Kasbat, thank you for bringing out to that issue, because when one comes from Ankole, one will not think Ankole was ever affected. Honourable Basil raised the issues here. When we were young, I am sure, right, Honourable Speaker, you remember, Mbarara was in Tatas. Then there was that group called Anyanyas. Mbarara, you would not go there. It was put down. The ADF from Toro sub-region terrorized the Uganda and parts of Ankole. And like Honorable Kasbat said, the Christmas of 2023, ADF activities were still there. Actually, for Honorable Kasbat's information, those people who died actually, more than half of them were from Uganda. So, right, Honourable Speaker, in a circumstance that we have this comprehensive policy, then all these issues, because even Western Nile really was affected, you not hear these issues of only Northern, Teso and where. That would mean, considering also the cutoff, all those would be catered for within the policy, and the government would handle with guidance the issue of compensation, either to finality or in bits. Otherwise, minus that one, it will be done in bits, in a piecemeal, and it will remain ex gratia without any formula. I thank you.
Thank you. Let me just first pick my three colleagues from Karamoja who have been consistent. 1, 2, 3.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I was here when Honourable Sylvia submitted, and when she did, the members laughed. I imagined the House needs some information, which I need to give them. Not everyone in Karamoja is or was a raider. That's the information that must sink in. Now, in 2006, when government launched a disarmament exercise in Karamoja, our people were told, those of you who have your guns, bring. And then they asked, how do we protect our livestock? And government said, bring the gun and also bring your livestock to a government-protected kraal. Our people did that. The people of Napak, the Bokora people whom I represent here, were the first to hand over their guns. They handed over their guns and submitted their cows to a protected kraal. When they submitted their guns to the protected kraal, those communities in Karamoja that had not been disarmed ran over the protected kraal. UPDF soldiers were even killed and took the cows of our people in the protected kraal. By 2010, all the animals in Bokora County were done. Now, in 2011, when the president was coming to campaign, people asked him that question. And he said, don't worry, government will compensate. Up to now, no compensation has happened. that there is a group of people in Karamoja who lost their animals innocently, not only in Napak, in those other districts also. As if that's not enough. Every year towards election, they heave to election, December of the last year to election, the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs writes to our district CAOs, asking them to send lists of people who deserve compensation. And it's done. In the last election in 2020, December 2020, the list was again compiled. And nothing happens after the list is compiled. This year, I am sure the Attorney General is planning, together with the Minister of Justice, to do the same. The people of Karamoja deserve justice. I will tell you why our people are in Masindi. You think they took a tour there? No. In 1978, the government abandoned an armory in Moroto barracks. The criminal elements went to the armory and came and ransacked everywhere in our community. Our people ran to Masindi. They are there up to now. There is a community that speaks Nyakarmajong only. They have never returned home. It's not for tourism. It's because of that criminality. So when I see compensation being discussed and Uganda is thinking that Karamojongs compensated themselves, that is unfair. We do not have the facts. And that's why you were laughing when Honorable Sylvia submitted. Yes, there was civil war in this country. It did not happen in only small parts. It happened everywhere in the country. If you want to talk about civil war, my father's village was burnt down 3 times consecutively. Every government that comes must burn it first. We have never been compensated. We have not even asked for it. So if we are thinking about compensating for political victims who suffered the political crisis, civil war arising from political change, it should cover the whole country. Every part of Uganda suffered. So that policy, I'm interested in that policy. In fact, I would recommend that the Attorney General, the Ministry of Justice, makes a consultative process for developing that policy. I am sure you will not think about it alone. You need our input into that policy to help the country. I submit.
Thank you. Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to concur with the submission of Honorable Faith. Because when they mentioned about Karamoja, it appeared like Karamoja was not in Uganda. That the Karamojons were not people like other people in Uganda. However, Right Honorable Speaker, this subject matter is very heavy and loaded. You can see the impact the war does to the people of this country, because there is no region which has not spoken about compensation. We started with livestock compensation. And the submissions, I suppose, should have made the Attorney General confused. He is even now wondering on where to start from. He was in Teso, Acholi, and Lango. Now the whole region has submitted and brought out the challenges brought by war. Attorney General, where are you going to start from now? For purpose of guidance, Right Honorable Speaker, I think we need now, this is the right time to put things right. We categorize the losses that have been incurred by the people of this country, because there was a lot of mix. People being burnt in buses, other people, there are so many losses that Ugandans have incurred as a result of the war. But when you look at the current, when you speak about Karamoja losing property or livestock, some people think that it is the Karamojongs who are taking away property from other people. It is not true. There are many enemies of this country. I can give you an example. Even our army, during the disarmament process, we lost livestock in protected kraals. Where did they go? Where did those animals go? The animals of the innocent people. And those people deserve to be compensated by government. So, Right Honorable Speaker,
My prayer is that when will this policy we are talking about come out to guide Ugandans on this subject matter of compensation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, you see, honorable colleagues, the issue of Karamoja is a very, very sensitive one. Okay? Whereas we've had here reports of the Karamajong, some of the Karamajong are raiders and all that. When you listen to honorable here, Albert, you know, you listen to Faith, I'm sure also Komor, yeah, is in the same line, honorable was. No, it's honorable colleagues, the House is not judging the Karamajong. I just want to put it on record here, that we are not judging the people of Karamoja. But of course, because it's sensitive, some of the submissions might border on that. But this House can never judge the people of Karamoja, and we shall always stand by you. Komor?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate you for having prioritized Karamoja at this time. I have got messages here telling us that the issues of compensation are being discussed and we don't see any of you talking about the compensation in Karamoja. And so it forced me to constantly stand, and I thank you for picking my high. Honorable Speaker, in the whole of Karamoja, allow me be specific to Kabong district. In the whole of Karamoja, Kabong district is the most district that has suffered a lot. It had 2,000 heads of cattle before disarmament, 200,000 heads of cattle before disarmament, and 180,000 cows by around 2010. At the moment, Right Honorable Speaker, Kabong district has less than 15,000 cows. Now, in 2022, all had been raided, and Kabong district had only 5,000 cows. I want to thank the government, how do you call our program of the 1,000? Our government PDM program. With the PDM program, with the PDM program, Right Honorable Speaker, the people of Kabonga bought cows, and they have realized up to 15,000 cows. Honorable members, look at 180,000 cows, look at 200,000 cows, and now someone has remained with only 5,000 cows. Because of PDM, Kabong has raised up to 15,000 cows. It has been a contentious issue during the festive season, everywhere in Kabong district. Where we met people, no member of parliament will come back because of if the animals are not compensated. Now, what happened? Parliament needs to understand that we are not compensating Karamoja because of cattle rustling. Karamoja needs to be compensated because the government that removed the gun from Karamoja did not protect the cows of Karamoja. Honorable Faith and my colleague have already mentioned that in order, as a strategy to remove the gun, the people were conditioned to bring all their cows to protected kraals. Now, in turn, the UPDF was supposed to protect the cows. But the raiders came and overran all those krans and took the cows, leaving the people without any cow. So in Karamoja, actually, when you talk about anger, you talk about food production. These are the two. The reason why people cannot produce a lot of food is because they don't have oxen, traditional oxen for plowing. Number two, they cannot afford to buy tractors because they don't have cows. And actually, they are not tractors. So one person mentioned and said, if you have to help Karamoja, give them tractors. They will produce food. If you have to help Karamoja, give them relief food. This has been simple. When we come to parliament and talk about relief food,
It means we are not sensitizing the people to produce food for themselves. So because of time, Right Honorable, my prayers is that it is unfair for Attorney General to talk about Lango, Acholi, and Teso. We pray for Karamoja to be brought on board. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, honorable colleagues, let's not accuse the Attorney General, okay? Because Attorney General is responding to a report. And the report was covering West Nile, Acholi, Lango, Teso, Karamoja, and Sebei sub-region. So if you didn't include Karamoja, but he was limited. So, Honorable Yume, Honorable Boka, Honorable Songa, Honorable Rionga, Honorable Christie.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think leaving out West Nile was an oversight. I remember this day vividly. March 8th, 1996, I was supposed to travel to Koboko, but for some strange reason, or by an act of God, I didn't travel. And the Lord's Resistance Army did what he did best. There was an ambush on the Karuma Pakwach Road. 130 people died, 70 vehicles burnt. So I'd like to join my colleagues in supporting the fact that there should be a level of compensation to West Nile, much as the LRA insurgency didn't occur in the sub-region. But there were many people who were in transit who lost their lives, and also the businessmen like Nile Star and Gateway, not the Gateway of Koboko, but the Gateway bus service, were always being burnt, and up to this date, they have not been compensated. But Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I still would also want to join the colleagues in supporting for a policy on compensation. And my question to the House and colleagues would be, is monetary compensation enough, or we should look at things beyond the monetary compensation to service delivery, to recognition, and so forth? Issues like NUSAF, I would like to ask the colleagues from northern Uganda to push forward so that NUSAF 4 can come back, because it was a social action fund for northern Uganda. It may not necessarily distribute finances to an individual, but the social services that come with such a fund should not go unrecognized. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to rest my case, and I pray that these resolutions are taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Boka Didi.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving us the opportunity to mourn our past. We are mourning our past. The losses that we are reflecting on lives, on property, on missed opportunities, rape and defilement, require us as a country to heal from our past. The policy is good, but the policy must be backed by a strategy. And within the strategy, Honorable Speaker, truth-telling, reconciliation is necessary. There are countries like South Africa that have come up with a National Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I want to salute the leaders of West Nile and Acholi sub-region for initiating a process of truth-telling and reconciliation. Can that be nationalized? Mr. Speaker, sir, this policy that we are proposing cannot be implemented without having a national strategic framework linked to the National Development Plan and other future plans with the programs and projects to ensure these things that we're talking about are linked to resources that we must appropriate as this House. A structure is necessary, Mr. Speaker, sir. Having a facade way of providing whether an ex gratia or a compensation may not do much. Good enough, we have set regional ministries. The Ministry for Northern Region, Minister of State for Northern Region, Minister of State for Karamoja, and so on. These ministries were set for affirmative action. Implementation should be delivered through these affirmative action ministries. I submit. Thank you.
Songa.
Thank you very much for the time. I remember in Gulu, I raised two things. First, I gave 40% for the committee because they only covered 3 regions, and yet the whole country suffered. Number 2, I question why we are calling it ex gratia instead of compensation. Any governments that come in place must take responsibility. And I want to thank the government of Uganda for taking responsibility to compensate people who suffered during these wars. Number 3, I also say, what is the position of West Nile? Because I talked about the several casualties that happened on Karuma-Pakwach Road in 1996, to the extent that we were using Lake Albert, we could not pass through Pakwach, Karuma-Pakwach. Now, I want to agree with the committee and Attorney General that we need to fast track this policy because it is the one which is going to address all these mixed of issues. If you follow our debate now, we have brought many issues right from even before independence. So we need to address that in the comprehensive policy so that the issue of compensation can be handled once and for all. Finally, if you read the book of Deuteronomy 24:16, it says, no son must suffer for the sins of the parents. We are not blaming the Karamojong for cattle rustling. We are not saying that Choli sat under a tree and say, "Con, you go to the bush." Ola Kwena. So let us not mix those issues, and never again should we use that if so and so is in power, and then another government changes, you should destroy what is on the ground. It should never happen again in Uganda. I think that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Rionga and Honorable Christine. And then Honorable Penduzi, Honorable Namuga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance. Right Honorable Speaker, we are talking about compensating the families and individuals. But there are some institutions which are affected by the war. I remember my former school, Kitara Secondary School, had a brand new truck, Renault. But during the war, it was taken. Up to now, it has never been replaced. So my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that as we talk of compensating individuals, let's also look at those institutions which are suffering because some of their properties were taken during the war. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Christine.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving us the opportunity on this matter. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank government for taking a step to compensate. The only challenge is that the rate at which compensation is being handled is very slow. And I also reflect on what the President directed on, to have an allocation of 50 billion every financial year. But when we look at the details in the report and what the Attorney General presented, that one has never been honored. Through you, Mr. Speaker, is it possible, could you really help in this matter, that this money that the President declared should be provided in the budget, even as we are moving into 2025, 2026? Because I believe if that money is provided, we shall have an improvement. And then secondly, Mr. Speaker, in the case of particularly, you are aware of the TAPCO. So people are asking, which category of people are being compensated? Is it these people who went to court or the TAPCO group? And there are a lot of complaints about that. I want to implore the Attorney General to actually make a write-up to that effect so that we clear our people. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General talked about the discrepancies now with this report and the committee. And he actually made a statement that it looks like the committee did not consider 2 financial years. But in the conclusion,
he did not give us hope in the conclusion. Because where there's a discrepancy, we expected the Attorney General to guide the committee until the discrepancies are sorted out so that we have clear data about the number of people to be compensated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I would like to join my colleagues in thanking the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, just as my sister Honorable Christine put it, when you look at right from the time the compensation started, you will realize that there are people who have been paid over 30 million. There are even others who have been paid more than that, while there are people who have spent so much money moving almost weekly trying to pursue their payment. This is unfair. But also the other interesting thing, Right Honorable Speaker, the payment the Attorney General is talking about, at some point we agreed that a cow would cost 1 million shilling. But there are people who have received about 250,000 or even 300,000. We have got those records. So I wonder whether the Attorney General is paying half a cow plus the tail or something. And I think that needs to be streamlined. The other thing, Right Honorable Speaker, I will give you, because when you speak in this room, I want to give a very personal experience. The day our cows were raided, I was physically there. The guys who came to raid the cows chased us. We ran. 2 people were killed on that day. And I do not want to blame any tribe, but these are things that happened. And we know. Actually, our cows were raided by 2 groups. First, they were raided by people who were speaking Ngakaramujong. Then, another group were a group of soldiers. Even the rebels came and raided. There was a time I talked about my brother Norman Ochero, because there the touch was right in our village. These are facts we know. But Right Honorable Speaker, what is very important, because we cannot undo, we cannot rewind the past. What we need to do is to be proactive. We need to recognize that there are people who are suffering. There are elders who are working day and night, believing that they would be paid. If your cows were raided, in one day, 150 cows got raided. One day. And then you have to spend over 20 years chasing, and you are paid in a year either half a cow or 1 cow. Is that really being realistic? Our hope was that this money would help revitalize the economy. But if you are going to pay my father or my grandfather or my uncle 1 million shilling when he lost 200 cows and he has to wait for 200 years, I think that is not realistic. So I am happy with the recommendation, and Right Honorable Speaker, hopefully this discussion will take us to a better stage when we will find a more comprehensive solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Namuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the time that you've given to us, and how I wish the discussions in this 11th Parliament will take this direction. This is the best I've seen ever since I joined this House. Right Honorable Speaker, we've discussed this matter in a non-partisan way. How I wish all the matters that are pro-people are handled this way, no matter the political party that you come from. Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at all the areas that we are handling, almost every one of us suffered this. My brother was asking the Attorney General, what are you going to say? Masaka suffered. Seriously suffered. Kabonera suffered, where I come from. So 1979 war, even 85, we did suffer. But I have a solution. Right Honorable Speaker, you've seen, right from 21, 22, we are giving piecemeals, even according to the budget. And when you look at the discretion of funds, they reduce every year. Honorable colleagues, we should appreciate the resources have been depleted. You have no money. You will make recommendations here, but you have no money, to the extent that you cannot even offer basic services to our people. So, Right Honorable Speaker, these are issues of governance. We have a very huge stock of areas, issues of compensation, even government assurances. Honorable Babeda has told me we have over 80,000 commitments by the President. You've made promises all over. So what can we do? Let's get back to issues of governance. We have looked at the Constitution clearly states it under the preamble. We have gone through a lot of tyranny. Honorable Saropend made a statement. Transition. Every one of us is not thinking about leadership. How do we see a change of government, peaceful change? You people cannot talk about it. Yes, you rig elections. You beat us. You humiliate us. We have political prisoners as of now. And and all those will be compensations. I'm telling you, whether you want to hear this or not. People are suffering. Political prisoners are suffering, but you are looking on. And when we talk about this, for you, it doesn't concern you. So you must know that when we talk about issues of national importance, this is an insecurity. These issues arose because of insecurity of those leaders then. So the same leader is doing the same things and you are keeping quiet. So we don't want to add on any other stock. Let's look forward to clearing the previous stock and look for ways of keeping peace in this country. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that as leaders, it is our duty to ensure that governance, we spend a lot of money under the program of governance and security. Every one of us is concerned. So, Attorney General, can you get back to the reports of the Auditor General and look at the recommendations of the Auditor General and implement some of these? 2, we have been compensating, but the Auditor General talked about the miners. There are those that lost property when they were miners by then. And the Auditor General brought out these issues. When they bring reports to government where we've spent a lot of money, the Auditor General does his work, committees of parliament do work, you only implement 31%, front bench, 31% implementation of the resolutions of parliament. Do we have a government or not? So we cannot move at this pace. We should agree. All of us have a duty. We have a duty to protect this country, no matter the political party. So I beg.
Thank you. Honorable Katabazi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. When it comes to compensation, there are mainly 2 ways, either the tangible or intangible. And when you talk of the tangible, at times the calculation is a big problem. According to my colleague there, my land friend, the calculations are normally not well done, because at the end of the day, when somebody has lost, let's say 200 cows, and you pay him half a cow after maybe 30 years, it is really not fair somehow. So the tangible kind of calculation is also not right, because you are not also putting into consideration the inflation and everything. And you know these cows, if somebody gave you 1 cow, after 30 years you should give him like maybe 20, because they would have, multiplied. So you are not putting that into consideration. So I find that a bit unfair. And now, not only just animals, now when it comes to the intangible compensation, this is now, how do we help these people who have lost it all to get back on their feet? If this country went or continued with the plan they had, where every region had its cash crops, like we had coffee here, Northern had cotton, Eastern had all these tea and all these, even including Mairunji. But there was, because when you look at, for example, Northern, my friends from Northern Uganda, you had cotton, and you had lila, I think, millers, spinners, spinning mills. We had the...
Honorable Kabusu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to my honorable colleagues, and their stories are touching, Mr. Speaker. I want to appreciate the committee and the Attorney General. But, Mr. Speaker, like you have observed, this matter needs another comprehensive approach. Mr. Speaker, like Indians were compensated during Amin's government, but government kept records that those who had not been compensated or qualitatively or quantitatively compensated, we enacted a law, the Expropriated Properties Act and the Custodians Boards Act, that took custody of the records.
even after when those governments had fallen, there has been a program to compensate them. I want to task government, the Attorney General, let us have a comprehensive approach. Even when your government will go, there will be other governments that will compensate these people in a manner that is more understandable. Honorable Speaker, it was shocking. It was shocking when the honorable member said that people whose cows were taken are compensated 250,000 shillings. Are those rats in Tororo? You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned.
That's a cost of rats in Tororo?
I'm sorry. When they ate, I ever watched a rat being eaten in Tororo, and I don't know how it costs, Mr. Speaker. But I want to ask government, let us compile a list, even when this parliament will go, the 12th parliament will come, another government will come, but where there is a list, government will compensate these people to their satisfaction. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Before I say, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Chamonges.
Speaker, we lost a sheep.
Honorable Chamonges.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me another opportunity. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about compensation, our people back where we come from take this matter very serious. I am sure in Sabay right now, everyone must be watching the screen. Mr. Speaker, it is only in Sabay where we still have fresh rates. When Honorable Sos talked about the matter, he almost cried, because for us, we know where our cows have been going from 1980 up to yesterday. It is time to talk the truth. The truth is, our cows have been raided several times. We have lost very many people, and even we have fresh bodies. For example, it's not even 1 month when we buried people in Ngenge. The people who have been raiding our cows are the Karamojong cattle raiders and the Pokots. And, Mr. Speaker, even when we have rescued cows and they are in the custody of the UBDF, still we lose them.
Honorable Chamonges.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me finalize.
We are talking about compensation.
Mr. Speaker,
Okay.
In 2021, when we had just started Parliament, the Attorney General brought a statement on cattle compensation. And Mr. Speaker, the report did not have survey. I remember I protested, I stood up and I complained. I thanked the Attorney General that he went back and finally put survey. Since then, the surveys have been happy, but we've been waiting for government to come and begin the process of verification. And in that day, the Attorney General promised to consent to the case that the survey elders had taken to court. Since then up to now, the elders who had been in court for many years are waiting for the consent and compensation of their costs. And finally, on the mode of compensation, I am a bit shocked, and I'm sure the entire region is shocked, when the Attorney General said he is only prepared to compensate 3 regions leaving other regions. I think that one, Attorney General should help us, and all of us in the House should come up with a plan to compensate the entire country in piecemeal.
Kayondo, then Isodo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1983, we had a chief rebel in this country. In 1983. They know him. Honorable Speaker, he was fleeing, went through Mukono to Katosi, which Katosi you know very well. And then he was taken to Tanzania. During his journey, the people, even the people who waved at him, even the sailors who assisted him, were taken, arrested. Some of them we have never seen them up to today. Honorable Speaker, I always stand on this floor. We had a ferry that was going to Kome. He went through Kome. He narrates this journey very well. That because of the war, that's why those people suffered, those families suffered, and up to today, they have never received anything, Honorable Speaker. So I agree with the committee. This matter should be looked at a wider level, not considering only 2 regions or 3 regions. Honorable Speaker, some areas didn't suffer directly, but they suffered as collateral damages. Honorable Speaker, the President promised the people of Kome, having assisted him in the war, and the people who lost their lives, and promised them a ferry. And the Prime Minister was here, promised to take me to the President, or the people of Kome to President. Up to today, nothing has been done. Let's say, Honorable Speaker, there is a party that suffered. In 1980, the records have it, if not bended, the Democratic Party won the elections of 1980. And the people, Democratic Party chose to come to Parliament to seek the right direction. People went to the bush. After the bush, they never returned the victory of Democratic Party to them, up to today. Yet they were fighting for justice. If we are talking about compensation, Democratic Party should be compensated. And the people who took our victory are here, and they are submitting.
Thank you.
The people who took our victory are here, and they are submitting, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Now, you know, I think there is a consensus on this. A reason being on their victory being taken, because I saw Honorable Ken Auma clapping on behalf of UPC. Because I expected her protest, but she was clapping. So if UPC has confirmed, then the rest can be negotiated. Honorable Isodo, then Honorable Aisha.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the importance of this matter of compensation, and I appreciate more coming from your right-hand side. How I wish on Sunday compensation was celebrated. We didn't talk about it, but it's coming from the other side more painfully. Otherwise, let me come back to the report by the Honorable Doug. Number one, in 2021, when 11th Parliament had just started, all leaders from the 3 regions mentioned, Acholi, Teso, and Lango, leaders from members of Parliament, RDCs, GISOs, all of them, we came together and we were asked to submit the eminent persons per district to do verification exercise. And I remember we submitted for Ngora 2 elders. By the time we went back to ask them, how is the process, they had bypassed them. No wonder now the Attorney General is reporting that there is misspelling of names, misspelling of accounts. In Ngora, we had names. You know, every region in this country has names that come from that region, and we had names coming from other regions. I don't want to pinpoint any region. And people were compensated 300,000, even 100,000. Now, the information flow is also a gap. The ministry, no wonder they are saying, let's not beat the shadow of the snake. The Ministry of Constitutional Affairs does not liaise very well with the districts and also with members of Parliament. Now you're referring us to go to the website. We want reports per district. Like in Ngora, I met someone in December who had got 1,050,000, which the Attorney General is talking about, but he has lost about 60 cows. When shall we finish? Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I have already a petition from Ngora district from more than 100 war claimants, and it will be submitted to the ministry. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Aisha Kabanda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Number one, to
today it has been a very ugly scene that someone testifies that government persuaded people to collect their wealth, put it in one particular area, and was picked from government. And from that time, people are suffering. It should be recalled, Right Honourable Speaker, that the recent poverty index that was released, Karamoja ranks worst. It's the poorest region. And if a member of parliament testify that they collected their cattle, handed over to government, and was picked from government, and government did nothing, it's been a very, very ugly information, and the government should do something soonest to the people that lost their cattle. Having said that, I joined colleagues from the West Nile to advocate for West Nile region. During that time, I was studying in the West Nile, and all the time we were being escorted in the convoy by the soldiers to go to study. Several were ambushed, several people died, several people lost properties. Before that war, you have heard it from the horse's mouth that they had suffered another war. I know of a family that lost a couple of buses. One family lost all their wealth, and from that time they've never recovered. It's also a fact, Right Honourable Speaker, that the players in this government have been a constant factor. In the 1979 war, they were actors. In the Coney war, they are actors. We are responsible. We should be able to come to the rescue of these people. Having said that, Right Honourable Speaker, we need to be very careful as we advocate for a holistic approach to solving this problem. I agree with you, but I keep on wondering, when is this rural war compensation program going to come to an end? For 40 years, we are compensating people from the rural region. When you go and make a thorough study, you'll find actually the same people have been compensated over time. A father, a wife, and children. It's been a program just to create sometimes patronage, okay, for people to reward people who support the regime. There's been a lot of corruption. We have had testimonies of people that have been told to sign where there is 1 million shillings, and instead someone is given 300,000 shillings. As we say, we should develop a holistic approach. Let's be very careful that the same people that have been paid over time are not paid again. Mark you, these same people have benefited from other programs. The same people that are benefiting from the school scholarship program in the State House, the same people that have benefited from the master of the president goes ahead and constructs houses for people. So there's been selective way of rewarding certain players in this country. Now, as you say that we do it holistically, again, the same people will come and register and ask to benefit. So, Right Honourable Speaker, it's okay to advocate for a holistic approach, but we must not benefit the same people too. Let's find a solution to this corruption. It is, by the way, government also should speak the same language. If you are advocating for advanced farming, you are saying people should go away from the traditional cows and you go for modern cows. Why are you giving 1 million shillings for people to go and buy cows? Is there a Frisian cow that costs 1 million shillings? You cannot be advocating for advanced farming and you're again giving traditional cows. Find a way of compensating this so that you help them to come out of poverty. Otherwise, we seem to be speaking in tongues, advocate for something different at one point and then do different things. I submit, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Sazi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speaker, from the emotional submissions from all members in relation to the Attorney General's response, this is what I've concluded with. One, we all need compensation. All the regions, because, for instance, in Uganda, if we are to start that, we start in 1966. Uganda crisis, come to Sabasaba of 79. People lost their property and lives. 81 to 86. Luwero, we need compensation. Two, another conclusion is, from what we have submitted, Attorney General and government, you have done nothing. Well, you have done nothing because everybody is still crying. Another emphasis is policy. We need policy. We need policy if we are to conclude this program. Lastly, before any more compensation, still, in relation to the last point, the previous point, we need a policy. What I'm saying, we should not compensate again before the policy is out. Otherwise, we shall lament and lament up to the next government. So members, accept, I pray that you accept with my submission that the only solution is a formula through a policy, and we end this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Iga.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank you very much for giving time to this important subject, because for the first time I have listened to deep submissions by members of Parliament. I think this is a good culture, Right Honorable Speaker. I have also been able to listen very carefully and to the emotive submissions of members. And this is quite important. I have two issues which I have observed, and of which we need to put in our national ethos, that we must resist temptation of war to change government. And we must have a comprehensive plan to ensure that we have peaceful transitions. Peaceful transitions which are not going to call for violence or war, in order to avert this. Secondly, I observe that we need to look at how government has neglected the duty. People have been submitting on government's negligence of duty to protect their lives and also to protect their animals and property. So by accepting to compensate, government has accepted the fact that they neglected the duty to protect the people and their property. However, there is confusion, Mr. Speaker. We have been hearing people talking about ex gratia vis-a-vis those ones who are talking about compensation. The two are very different things. We have also been hearing about people who have generated lists, and lists which would have been already compensated, and now it has been complicated by others who have come on board. So how is the Attorney General going to handle this? It's a complex number. We have been hearing submissions about a decision to make a flat payment for everybody. And that, I think it was a government decision. I don't know at what time when this one was rescinded. Then how are we going to include more? I have also heard members talking about their regions. Uganda regions was affected. But we lost lives, and many people have been talking about cattle. For us, we are talking about loss of lives, loss of industry, coffee, cash money of harvest, and so on and so forth. Lives were lost. Children were orphaned. Those who have never been seen anywhere, maybe in schools and so on. Where are they? Nobody has even ever cared to know about them. So compensation of lives and time lost on those who have been orphaned, property in terms of coffee, industries, stores and so on, which stalled. Right Honorable Speaker, this one must be brought to book. Right Honorable Speaker, in Ruwero Nzoli program, which was absorbed into PDM, we used to be getting some knapsack pumps. I think that, I don't know if that was compensation, but for us who existed in Ruwero and Rwenzori regions, those were the commodities under the Ruwero Rwenzori ministry, which would be appropriate, to which we were appropriating around only 200 million per annum for knapsack, pumps, some kind of seeds and hose to our people. I want to finish this with two questions. Because the government is also not so rich. We are not extremely rich. Supposing this government said, fellow Ugandans, we do not have the money, and ask for forgiveness, so that we forgive those who caused the war, and then we proceed, because all of us were affected. Or supposing this government ceased to be, or supposing they failed to make it, who should we have demanded for these compensations? I think we need now to look prospectively at how we can invest in our future than looking at our past.
Thank you. Honorable Koruo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of compensation is really a very sensitive matter. I have listened to the submission of most of the members, and to me, I come from Teso, and I'm very, very confident that when these issues arose, I was mature enough, especially during the time of the overthrow of Amin, whereby the soldiers who were running took away the cattle of people, destroyed property, and some people were killed. It followed the issue when the barracks of Moroto was attacked, the guns were taken, and the same guns were the ones that were used to take the cows, followed by LRA, by Kony, Lakwena, and also the rebel groups that came in Teso. Right Honorable Speaker, I want our Attorney General, if this issue is really true, let the office of the Attorney General, let them display the list of those people who have been compensated per sub-county, so that the people who lost the property believe that they have been compensated. In my county of Toroma, I have a sub-county called Magoro, which borders Karamoja. No people have been compensated due to the loss of the cows they lost during that time of insurgency. Also, I want the office of the Attorney General to make sure that the data cards are availed, especially to the people who didn't have opportunity to be registered because they lost the property. Data cards, to get them, it is a nightmare. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Joan. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This compensation issue was initiated when a few people from the regions of Teso, Acholi, and Lango went to court. And in his wisdom, His Excellency said, no, let us compensate, let us not just look at these few people, let us compensate all who suffered. And so, but the Attorney General's office has concentrated on all who suffered in those regions. I don't know, maybe we need clarification if His Excellency meant all the areas like West Nile, Karamoja. So that's the first issue. Now, from the report, it shows that in 3 years, only 25% of the amount budgeted by government has been paid in 3 years for Acholi, Lango, and Teso. That means it will take, if we're moving at that rate, it will take another 12 years to finish just those 3 regions. My recommendations are this. Government has suffered since the time of COVID. We cannot expect the government to do so much. Are we going to support government to bring a loan of several trillions just for compensation? We need to also find another way out. My recommendation would be that government organizes a kind of restocking in each of these areas where cattle was taken. A restocking exercise, because the people who received cows in year 1, by now they should have like 10 cows or maybe more. So my recommendation would be that government would initiate a restocking exercise in each of these regions so that the cows can keep multiplying and they can keep giving them out to those people. The second thing is, I would suggest that the ministries involved, that the ministry they talked about, Ministry of Bunyoro Affairs, Ministry of Teso Affairs, Ministry of Northern Uganda, all those would be the ones to channel these names and basically handle the compensation. The last thing, when we went to Northern Uganda for the parliament, West Nile and Karamoja kept complaining because they kept saying Northern Uganda and bundling West Nile, Karamoja with Acholi and Lango. But everyone, when you talk of Northern Uganda, everyone thinks of Acholi and Lango. So, Teso has a ministry. Karamoja has a ministry. Bunyoro has a ministry. Can West Nile also get a special West Nile ministry?
Thank you, Honorable Joan. Lope? No. He's the chairperson of the committee. He has to conclude his report.
Honorable Speaker, the issue we are grappling with is an injustice that was occasioned on people through the tumultuous change of government, something we need to remedy so that this chaos stops, yeah? But government needs to approach this from that point of an injustice was occasioned, and so we are seeking to remedy this injustice. I think that sometimes government construes this to be, we are just helping these people, we are just throwing some freebies at them, and maybe that's why it's not taken seriously. As opposed to an injustice was occasioned, we must remedy the injustice. It's important that we approach it from that angle. But I also see the far cry of colleagues here and the communities where we come from. Can we focus on efficacious service delivery? That's another missing link that I do here, even from the different communities. People are saying we lost our staff, we lost our livelihood, but they are grappling with one challenge too many. Can we fix those issues too? Maybe the cry will be less. That once you deal with service delivery issues, which people are struggling with, and then they remember, but you government, you even owe us. You have failed to deliver on healthcare, we are struggling with that. Education, we are struggling with that. Our roads are bad. You also owe us. You pay us our money to try and cover the gap. We need to think about these issues. And finally, we are talking about government coming up with a comprehensive compensation policy. I don't know if government will listen this time around, because it's good for you as well. One of the challenges that government, oftentimes what they are postulating is to say, as we are dealing with these ones, then others come up, we are not too sure, then we need to validate and all of that. Let's be organized. Let's have that policy. It will save you a lot of trouble. Honorable Speaker, we were here last year, and during the budget process, we pressed government to come up with a comprehensive taxation policy. The finance ministers have run away. They promised us that comprehensive taxation policy by end of last year. Here, they promised it on the floor. The year ended, we are in a new year. I know they will say, well, we are not planning to introduce new taxes this financial year. You plan for the future. We were discussing NDP for here. It is not for 1 year or 2 years, it's for several years. We need to plan. So I don't know if government will take it as seriously as we think it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Now, because Chair, this is your report, you have to sum up at the end. I don't know whether we should start with Doug or you wanted. Okay? Yeah, let Doug respond. Huh? Oh, very good. Okay. But Chair, just do a quick one. And Doug will also do a summary, not every issue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to appreciate you so much for giving this report the time and also allowing the members, the honorable members, to debate it. The nation has been waiting for this report countrywide. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to touch on a few issues. One is about the figures that the Attorney General thinks that we didn't look at a certain year. We looked at all the years. And the difference, the variance in the figures came about because whoever computed what the Attorney General is presenting and the Minister of Justice, he did double counting. The ministry capped the claimants, those at 50, who had 50 or below animals. They also capped those who had 250 or below. Those were the two categories. That means that if you had 400 animals, you are given a maximum of 250. That's how they did it. That's the system that they use. If you had 700 animals, you're only given 250. Yes, 250 was the maximum number of animals. So there were two categories. The capping was 50. If you had 30 animals, you were capped under 50 below. If you had the animals above 50, you are capped 250 animals below. So no person in this list that is going to be paid animals beyond 250 animals. That's the system. Now, where did the double counting come from? The Ministry of Justice, when they were computing, and I'm going to give an example of someone in Guru, and her name is Anek. Anek, her claim was 21 animals. That means she's capped 50 below. She was the total amount of money that she was supposed to be paid were 22,050,000. She was paid 17,900,000, and the outstanding is 4.15, 4,150,000. That is the outstanding. Now when the ministry captures the outstanding, they capture it under the outstanding amount for the cap 50, but they also capture the same figure for the cap 250. And they didn't do it for only that. So they did it for almost everyone. The same figure is on the cap 250, same figure is on the cap 50. That is double counting. That is double counting. So when you compute, you'll find that there is a variance of 272 billion, which they are saying is outstanding, yet you have already included it. So you did double counting. Go back to the ministry and ensure, and I felt that this figure there should be Auditor General, the internal Auditor General, who must look through these figures. So the actual amount of money that is outstanding is not 472 billion. You must deduct this, what you did, as double counting. That's how the variance is. And we computed. If you are not, if you work, but that is the work of your accountants, so we should not be involved. These are very easy figures to look in. We looked in them, and I can give you, I have all what you submitted. So that was the difference. And it is a very big difference, 272 billion. Yeah, very, very. Whoever did it, actually, he knows. Whoever did it, there is no way that someone in accounting does not know what double counting is all about.
Clarification. Some small clarification.
Honorable Mudimi, you don't access a microphone like that. Honorable Mudimi is our expert on figures.
Yes.
Usually, so let's take advantage.
The procedure normally, areas or claims are validated by internal audit of government. And you have raised a serious issue here. We want to know from Doug whether those figures were, those claims were subjected to that test.
Before Mudimi came in, I had intended, Honorable Mudimi came in, I had intended to propose that in light of his suggestion, I'm not an accountant, his committee can meet with our accounts people and go over this figure so that we come here and clarify it. No.
Just go on with your suggestion.
Yeah, I want to
the rest I will.
Because when I appear before the committee, I appear with the report as it is given. He has not interacted with the accounts or the accountants. So I would humbly request, you have raised something for purposes of clarity, create time, if the speaker agrees, that your committee interfaces with the people in our accounts so that you have the actual figures.
No, what Honorable Mudimi has raised is part of the process of government. Before you pay, that's what it's saying, before you pay the internal auditor of government, okay, should look through the figures. Did you take them to the internal auditor and he cleared?
Right Honourable Speaker, it's not the Attorney General who does the paying. These lists are generated from the district where they are verified and forwarded to the Attorney General's chambers, where they are handed over to the accounts section which feeds them into the system. So basically, any form of clarity can only come from the finance section.
I think Attorney General,
yes,
on such a matter, this is where I would request to first cross-check with our accounts department, okay, with our accounting officer, if indeed they were subjected to the government internal auditor. I think it would be more helpful that.
Chair, if it is your guidance, I can do the checking. But would that answer the query that you
No, I will guide on the issue of the discrepancies. I will guide at the
Most obliged.
No, colleagues, we shall not finish. I've been seated here like this since 2 p.m. At least you had the chance of moving around, stretching. So let's conclude.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The second issue that the Attorney General needed to clarify is about the many claimants that were left out in these 3 sub-regions. Teso, 20,500 claimants were left out that belonged under the leadership of Julius Ochen, and they are known. We met them in Soroti. In Gulu, 5,733 claimants were left out, and they are verifiable. In Ikole, 8,471 claimants were left out of the program. And these are figures that are verifiable. So we thought that we will comment. In Kalamoja, for the honorable members, I listened to them. Some of them, we went to Kalamoja, we went to Westna, we went to Sebei. We didn't stop in the other 3 sub-regions only. In Kalamoja, you supplied data cards. You never picked them. The people are still there, waiting. When is minister going to pick the data cards? They feed them, they are waiting, but nobody has picked them. Western, they need to hear you clearly. Because some of them even have gone to court in that Western. We met them. It is the same situation also in Sebei. You need to be clear. They are, in both West Nile and Sebei, there are some entries by the Prime Minister's office. The Prime Minister's office also is as if they are involved in compensation. And they are promising people they are going to be paid, but there is no work that is going on. I thought that you need to clarify on that. Right, Honorable, allow my deputy, just one issue, she clarifies, and that's all for us.
Thank you.
Yes.
Honorable Joyce.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'd like to appreciate the Attorney General for the response, but to also note specifically about Pade, where he says that 1,118 people were compensated, yet the committee found out that there were 800 people, claimants, that were paid. We would like to look at the list because we have evidence from what we found on the ground, the people that we talked to, and also the information that was provided by the Office of the Auditor General. So we would like the ministry to present that list of 1,118 people that they're saying they paid. But also, Right Honorable Speaker, the Attorney General concludes in his presentation saying that whereas they furnished the committee with information relating to the financial years 2021, 2022, and 2023-2024, it appeared that the committee did not consider both financial years. The committee would like to assure this House that it considered all hard copy reports that were presented by the Office of the Auditor General, but also we got data from the website www.justice.go.ug/livestock compensation, where all these payments related to compensation were posted for access. The committee verified that payments that were done in financial year 2021-2022 were included in the data sheet for financial year 2023-2024. For example, if a claimant was paid in financial year 2021-2022, in the data sheet for financial year 2023-2024, there's a column where the payments made in the financial year 2021-2022 are indicated. That's why for us, we actually recommended that because of these discrepancies, there should be a forensic audit for us to ascertain the truth of exactly what happened, especially in regards to figures. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate honorable members. They were very vigilant on this matter. I wrote over 70 questions and comments because I was writing everything apart from Namuga. Right Honorable Speaker, in light of the issue of discrepancies, and the submission by Mudimi. I'm not an accountant. I think it will be best explained if my finance people can have an interface with the committee and they go over these figures. Secondly, the Honorable Chair of the committee, Dr. Bed, talked about claimants that were left out. Honorable colleagues, I need you to understand, there was an initial verification done in 2016. That's when the lists were made. But sometime later, when we had already displayed the lists and the exercise was about to begin, the president held a meeting in there's that district between Oyam and Lira. Kole, yes. At the exact place where they buried Oito Jok. That's where we held the meeting. And then the president said, even those who are not on the list that went to court or did not go to court but have claims, let them file their claims. So people started, he actually opened the Pandora's box. So many more claims started coming in. That's why you hear conflicting reports that for us who are initially claiming 10,000, now you are reporting 20,000. And as I speak, if we go by the list of 2016, in one sub-region you have a particular figure, but because of the presidential directive, we are having to print and issue more data cards so that many more applicants come on board. And when they come on board, they are verified by the office of the DISO, GISO, CAO, and the veterinary officer. Why do we use the veterinary officer, Right Honourable Speaker? Because we used to have livestock censuses in these areas throughout the country. There is no way, Abedu Wanika, if I use an example, if Dr. Abedu Wanika claims that in 1980 he was in Oyam and he had 30,000 cows, and yet the census for Oyam had a particular number. So that's how you say, I think it was Mama Awol Betty there who said, that someone is verified with 20 cows and then they are sliced to 6. The veterinary officers go into the records and they inform the cow, and the cow fills in the final list, which he sends to the ministry. We use the cow as the accounting officer. So if it is inflated or deflated, he is the person who can be held accountable. You understand? So that's what causes the difference. That's why you are saying that some people are left out. So the exercise is still ongoing. You talked of picking data cards from Karamoja. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the specific directive I got from the President on Karamoja, he says he knows the protected kraals that were raided and that he will write and give us guidance. Because if you send out data cards, everybody fills and files a claim, including those who did not. Yes. So that's what it is all about. So, Right Honourable Speaker, the issues were many, though most of them were cross-cutting indeed. Issues of policy, which we are going to take under advisement, and several others. Thank you very much, Right Honourable.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. I think it will be very important when we're extracting this report. We also give you the answer indeed you give to your technical people, because MPs have raised very, very many critical issues. Now, the discrepancy in terms of figures, the committee on page 19, Honourable colleagues, proposed a forensic audit, on the payment process should be carried out, address the glaring discoveries of fraud. Now, I had warned earlier on forensic audits because they are very costly, and the Auditor General told me most of the time he has to go to the entity which is supposed to be audited to fund the audit. And the entity says, but I don't have this money in the budget. So in the end, the audit ends up dying. I think, Chair, I don't know, what if we amend to say a forensic audit or any other audit which the Auditor General feels will serve the purpose? You get it? So that we leave it to the Auditor General to see whether he can do a transaction audit or a special audit. Yes, and all of that. Chair, you think that would be plausible?
Right Honorable, we take your guidance.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Honorable, with that, I now put the question that the report of the Committee on Government Assurances and Implementation and the status of the assurance to compensate victims of war and insurgencies in West Nile, Acholi, Lango, Teso, Karamoja, and Sebei sub-region be adopted with proposed amendment. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. So this helps so that we conclude it, we go, okay? We don't have now to go again, our committees meeting with the accountants, and the Auditor General will see whether indeed all processes were followed. I think I will consult with the Auditor General, but such audits, I don't know how long they usually take. No, we shall tell him to expedite it, okay? But maybe, I don't know whether we would say that before this audit is completed, no more compensation should be paid. Because we are not addressing issues, would be honorable colleagues continuing with mistakes? I don't know. And this would put pressure because in around a month or two, Auditor General can do it. Yeah. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, I'm humbly requesting that we be cautious. Government made a pledge, and it has been striving to fulfill that pledge, however small it may be. And by the way, if I may tell you, the initial pledge was 10 billion per sub-region, which would have been 30. That would not even be a drop in the ocean. But now we are talking of 200 and something billion. But so what I'm trying to say, Right Honourable Speaker, is that while the audit may be expedited, there is money in the budget which has been received and more is coming. My humble request is let the exercise continue.
Yeah, but if it's littered with such a mistakes, we again come back here to experience the same mistakes.
Incidentally, and unfortunately, with all due respect, Right Honourable Speaker, I'm not an accountant, but I also do not believe that these mistakes exist as they are. But I will take your guidance, Right Honourable.
Attorney General, let me make it very simple.
I will take your guidance, sir.
Let me make it very simple. Attorney General, go sit with your people. Okay? Let us not curtail you. Because, you know, there is this starting, Parliament stopped us, who would have compensated you. It's Parliament which broke you. I don't want my colleagues here to. But go, sit with your people. Okay? Read through this report deeply and have it in your heart that maybe some mistakes were made along the way. Okay? Before I release more money, I should look through and see how best I can rectify the process. So that the next report is not repeating the same mistakes that would have come. Okay, Attorney General? I think that makes it, we leave it. It's to your volition. Go, if you have money, compensate. But these issues, look through them so that we don't come back here to discuss the same issues. It's a caution we've given as your colleagues here. And unfortunately, we shall hold you accountable because those accountants can't find a way here. It's you we can only have here. Yes, you're representing them, so you start accounting also. and they brief you very well. Now, I want to thank Chairman and your team. You did a fantastic job. And honorable members. That's why I've given this item, and I kept pushing it, because I knew the sensitivity. I wanted enough time for it. We've given it over 3 hours, which has helped us to pick very important views. And these views is not only about money, but I wish you could also make a brief out of this. And you brief His Excellency the President. In fact, I loved the submission of Honorable Rurumi, because I don't know where you're going to get these trillions. These trillions, they are going to cause you, the more you give, the more problems you're causing. And yet you're not even having a big impact on the ground. You're not having a big impact on the ground. So, anyway. So, honorable colleagues, I received our Hansard team came to me and they wanted me to make a clarification, but for transparency purposes, I said I would make it here on the floor. Clarification on this parliamentary resolution on supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for the financial 2024-2025. On Thursday, 23rd January 2025, Parliament considered and approved the supplementary expenditure schedule 1 for the financial 2024-2025, totaling to 1,050.609 billion, to be funded from the combination of additional borrowing from the domestic market, additional non-tax revenue, and the already committed external financing, among others. Now, when it reached on additional borrowing, despite it being captured, additional borrowing from the domestic market, despite it being captured as a source of financing, we didn't indicate the amount for it. Instead, the amount which government had requested to be captured under additional domestic borrowing, that is 953 billion 345 million, we captured it under programmed budget, which is money we had passed for financing the current budget, not supplementary. Okay? I want you to get me very well. We captured it under programmed budget, and yet here we said additional borrowing. So we gave more or less a blank check to Minister of Finance, go do additional borrowing from the domestic market. Yes, I will give you a chance to clarify that. Because you passed a supplementary, you approved it, you said financing sources were additional domestic borrowing, additional non-tax revenue, and the already committed external financing, among others. Because you know, we extract this from the committee report. So, if this is not corrected, we shall give government an approval to borrow any amount they want if we don't cap it from the domestic market. To avoid this, there is a need to be specific and tie the money to only Uganda shillings for additional domestic borrowing to 953 billion 345 million, which had been indicated from the government proposal as domestic borrowing. I therefore direct the clerk to correct the record and transmit the resolution to the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, capping the figure to that which had been asked for. Yeah. Honorable colleagues, tomorrow, Honorable Namga, you seem to have a concern. Let me give you a chance. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The reason as to why I'm concerned, you are saying close to 961 billion domestic. But remember,
additional
domestic. Yeah. But remember, we are the very ones who have been making a commitment not to borrow domestically because of the consequences. But it looks as if the 1 trillion, 90% of it is going to be borrowed domestically. So are we helping this country in any way?
No, Honorable, I'm coming to your own report and resolution. If you approve a supplementary, you approve it with its source of financing. And they showed you very clearly, and the committee captured it, that the source of financing shall be additional borrowing from the domestic market, additional non-tax revenue, and the already committed external financing, among others. Now, if you leave it the way it is, these people can go and pick all this 1 trillion from the additional domestic, from the domestic market. But government presented figures on which each money will come from. And they presented that from additional domestic borrowing, they need 953 billion, 345 million. And that's what I want us to cap and be specific so that it is not abused beyond this amount. Okay? Thank you so much. I direct the clerk to correct the record and transmit the resolution to the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Honorable colleagues, the report of the Budget Committee, I'm informed, is ready. I want us to have an extensive debate like the one we've had today. I don't want to limit you. I want your ideas to be the ones to limit you. So tomorrow we are going to start at exactly 10 a.m. And that's the item we shall start with and conclude with. I adjourn the House to tomorrow at 10 a.m.